Good morning, everyone. Thanks for turning out at this hour on a Friday morning. Please help yourself to any of the coffee or muffin type items. I want to first review just a few points about ways of participating. For anybody on the remote connection, I guess you would already know that you have to go to fcc.gov/live. And if you want to get the PowerPoint slides streamed to you, in addition to hearing the audio, search for accessible events on that page, and you'll find a link that goes to a related site. You will need to first copy to the clipboard probably a 9-digit code, which you would then paste into the appropriate edit box on the accessible events site. And then every time a presenter is speaking, you should also get their PowerPoint slides streamed to you in a browser window in an accessible fashion. If you want to hear the audio, you still have to have the normal live stream open, but you can minimize that window and still hear the audio. So the accessible events may be useful for anyone, regardless of whether they have a particular assistive technology needs or not. We are encouraging use of the DevAC hashtag on Twitter. And if you have any questions during the event, either administrative or something you would like to be relayed to a presenter, you can also write to devac@fcc.gov. That's DEVACC @fcc.gov. Yesterday we adjusted the schedule a bit in the spirit of agile development, thinking that it would work a bit better if we grouped the presentations into pairs and then had about a half an hour after each couple sessions for meetings in smaller rooms on this floor with the presenters or with the others who have signed up to give presentations at the event. And I also want to remind people of that opportunity. If there's anything you would like to give a talk on, say for 30 to 45 minutes, go ahead and let people know at the registration desk, and you can get signed up to do so. All right, let's go around and give introductions. Oh, let me mention one other point. There will be other chances to get the PowerPoint slides or other handouts from presenters besides the streaming today. We are planning to share them by email or post them on the official event page, fcc.us/devac. So don't feel that you have to keep track of every detail during the presentation. We want to get all that information shared with you. So now we'll go around and do introductions so everybody knows who else is here. In the interest of time, we're asking everyone to just say their name, title, and organizational affiliation. My name is Jamal Mazrui. I'm the Deputy Director of the FCC's Accessibility and Innovation Initiative.
I'm Greg Ellen. I'm the Chief Data Officer at the Federal Communications Commission.
Hi, I'm Chris Law. I'm a Senior Accessibility Analyst at Department of Homeland Security.
Michael Baginski, IT Specialist, U.S. Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims.
And I work for the Office of Accessibility and Technology with Homeland Security.
My name is Fariba Beg. I'm a Senior Accessibility Technician with the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, aggregation. Okay, all right, thanks. Hello, my name is Ferran Gallego, and I'm the CTO of Code Factory.
Lisa Wilcox, Web Designer, USDA ERS.
Estela Rueda, a freelance graphic designer. Jim Tobias, stakeholders and strategies, raising the floor.
Matt May, Adobe Systems.
Rick Rogers, the Resource Network.
Andrew Kirkpatrick from Adobe.
Karen Santone, Department of Justice Finance staff.
Wyatt Barnett, National Cable and Telecommunications Association.
Mark Lane, Department of Justice Finance staff, web developer.
Patrick Lang, I'm an IT specialist for the financial staff at the Department of Justice.
Next. Giovanni Galvez from CPC Closed Captioning.
Rich Simpson from the University of Pittsburgh.
Greg Pasaki, Adobe Systems.
Vicki Leon, Department of Veterans Affairs, Section 508 Department.
Jonathan Cohn, Department of Veteran Affairs, 508 tester.
Julia Kim, Easter Seals Project Action.
Javier Hughes, Department of Labor.
Stephanie McLeod, Devis.
Ben Wetzel, I'm a web developer with Devis.
My name is Norman Williams. I'm from Gallaudet University.
Chris Rossetti, application developer, Department of State.
Susan Perez, web admin with the Hearing Law Association of America.
Kate Brazacchio, IT and Data Manager, Hearing Loss Association.
John Applet, SSB Bark Group.
Hi, I'm Michael Papish. I run a Standards and Government Affairs group for Roe v. Corporation.
Hi, I'm Michael Reardon. I'm with the Office of Disability Employment Policy at the Department of Labor.
Christina Garaventa, Department of Vocational Rehabilitation, California.
Ryan Garaventa, Senior Accessibility Engineer with SSB Bark Group and founder and developer of WhatsApp.
Is that everybody? That's everybody. All right. We have a few minutes before our 9 o'clock presentation. I'd like to invite anybody who might like to make a special announcement about something or might have something they want to share about their experience yesterday or a suggestion about how we can improve collaboration on developing with accessibility. Would anybody like to raise their hand and have the mic?
Yeah, we have I think Jonathan's coming up.
Hi, this is John Avila with SSB Bark Group. I wanted to let everybody know that we have a community-based site called webaccessibility.com. And on our site, we have a large number of best practices for different technology platforms that span web, iOS devices, Android devices, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, etc. And if you go to our website and activate the best practices link, you can view those best practices. We have the requirements and a lot of information about each one. We have a free login, and then once you log in, you can get access to the code examples, non-compliant and compliant. Also, the standards that each best practice maps to, whether that's WCAG or Section 508 or other international standards. We also have a number of training materials on the site and blog posts. If you sign in for that free account, you can also have community level access to our AMP system, which is a accessibility management platform. And within the AMP platform, we have a number of tools that you can access, including a toolbar for Firefox and a toolbar for Internet Explorer to help you test web pages for accessibility. So please check out the community site. We'd like to continue to add more community features down the road, such as comments and feedback and message boards and things like that. But at this point, it's best practices, training materials, and things like that. Thank you. It's webaccessibility.com.
Are there others? I'm waiting for a signal from all right.
Yeah, hi. We had a discussion yesterday at one of the coding rooms regarding, it wasn't so much about development, although we were a bunch of developers talking about it. But it occurred to me that earlier this week I met with state leaders in the state of Maryland, and now I'm meeting with some of the federal government. And it occurred to me as a vendor of accessible technology that federal government seems to be really on the cutting edge of accessibility technologies, but I feel like there was an unbalance with state and local governments. And what I wanted to do is use this platform to encourage developers to also approach the state and local governments regarding some of the things that they're doing to help the federal government, be more accessible. I think by just educating some of the state and local leaders, that's going to really increase the awareness of some of the great technology that we're working on here. That's all.
Would someone from Rovi or the wireless RERC like to repeat the announcements they made yesterday? You're welcome to do so. Okay.
Hello, my name is Michael Papish from Rovi Corporation, and we're a company that gathers a lot of data about entertainment content. So you might know such websites as All Music Guide or All Movie Guide, also the old TV Guide. And as part of that data, we make that available as an API for developers. And so one of the reasons why we're excited about being here is that we provide data about what television programs have certain kinds of accessibility options, such as closed captioning or descriptive video service. And so we know that there are a lot of developers, for example, Jamal himself, who's built, I know, some prototypes using our API to help consumers find content on their local cable or broadcast television that will have either closed caption or descriptive video. And we have some information about this API. We also have API keys, so you can develop this weekend and then also going forward on a non-commercial basis if you'd like. And you can meet me. We also, for your added excitement, we have free T-shirts as well. And you can find me in the back at some point if you want to pick one of those up. Thank you.
Let me also remind people that we have a technology experience center on this floor, and some presenters have brought some accessible technology solutions to exhibit, including Code Factory. A representative traveled here from Spain. Let me just check if he wants to say anything. I want to give him a chance. I know I'm putting you on the spot here.
Hello, thanks Jamal. Well, I came from Spain, as she told. We are a company based in Spain who has been working on making mobile phones accessible for blind and visually impaired for a long time. And now we are working on the Android arena. Android is improving the accessibility built in, but from previous versions of the operating system, there were some gaps on the accessibility on Android, things that were not easy to do. Sometimes people confuse that something is accessible with there's a way to do something. And sometimes this way is quite difficult, and giving alternative ways and alternative UIs to do the things easier is a good path. And we are working on this path. We have mobile accessibility, and if you want, you can come to the tech center, and I will be there between presentations, and I can show you what we have. And sorry by my English, sometimes it's not enough. Thanks for the attention. Thanks, Emma.
Let me check if the Department of Labor people are ready. Yep. Okay. All right. It's my pleasure to introduce Xavier Hughes, Chief Innovation Officer at the U.S. Department of Labor, who will be speaking on advancing employment for all, innovation through citizen engagement.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Oh, come on, let's do it again. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good. Okay, did we run out of coffee? We need a little bit more coffee. I wanted to first thank the FCC for providing us with this platform and opportunity to discuss our Disability Employment App Challenge and all of our efforts around the developer arena to help provide the right tools for developers to build the right applications to support our efforts. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. The primary reason why I'm here is because not too long ago we launched the first ever disability-related technology effort at the Department of Labor. We titled it the DOL Disability Employment App Challenge. And let me share some background information around that. There's some troubling statistics. Currently, individuals with disabilities have a much higher unemployment rate than individuals without disabilities, general population. In addition to that, individuals with disabilities have a much lower labor force participation rate than individuals without disabilities in the general public. That is a troubling statistic and something that we really want to address. And we wanted to address specifically through this app challenge in collaboration with the developer community. Let's take a closer look at the statistics. As of the latest, or one of the latest reports from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, individuals with disabilities have a 20.3% labor force participation rate compared to a 69% labor force participation rate by the general public. That's troubling. In addition to that, individuals with disabilities have a 12.5% unemployment rate compared to about a 7.6% unemployment rate by the general public or individuals without disabilities. Those are significant figures and really large margins that we would prefer not to exist. So we decided to think outside the box, get a little creative, reach out to the developer community because you guys are on the cutting edge. And we decided on May 23rd, 2012 to launch the Disability Employment App Challenge at the Department of Labor, and we partnered with some terrific federal and non-federal groups. The first one was the Department of Education, followed by the Social Security Administration. Those were our official partners. And then we had some terrific supporters as well, including the FCC, Craig Newmark from Craigslist, who's been a terrific champion in this arena, IBM, Microsoft, and ATIA. Our mission was simple: to develop or to help develop tools to promote innovation and to improve employment opportunities and outcomes for individuals with disabilities. And we centered it around 4 specific goals: recruitment, job training and skill building, transportation, and accessibility. We believe that those are the 4 primary goals that will help shorten the gap in terms of labor force participation and actual unemployment rate. So let's take a closer look now at how the actual app challenge went. We received the support of over 2,400 supporters via challenge.gov. That was unprecedented for us. In the past, we've launched multiple app challenges around worker safety, around economic indicators, equal pay, but we had never received this type of support. 2,400 people. That's fantastic, and thank you very much to all of our supporters, including those in this room that supported and or participated. We received in excess of 40 applications, and about half of those made our cut, and we had very strict requirements, specifically around 508 compliance, which was the leading indicator whether someone made the cut or not. That resulted in a fantastic partnership and public collaboration, mixing it up with the entrepreneurial spirit outside of the department, outside of the federal walls, and ultimately over a very rigorous and very fast-tracked evaluation process, we identified 3 winning applications. With that said, I have the pleasure of announcing these winners under 3 specific award categories. The first one was the Innovation Award, and that was issued to Access Jobs. Congratulations to Access Jobs. Second was the People's Choice Award. That was based solely on public voting. We wanted to hear from the public. We wanted to empower the public outside of the federal government or supporters within the federal government to evaluate and choose the winners based on their interpretation of innovation and the right tools for individuals with disabilities. VoicePal Speak As You Think was chosen as the winner by the public. Congratulations to them. And last but just equally as important, the Above and Beyond Accessibility Award. That was issued to ACCDC Accelerated Dynamic Content. Congratulations to them and to all 3 winners for all of their efforts and the time spent in developing these fantastic applications. Before I hand off the mic to the winners of each of the categories, I wanted to first share a little bit about some of the things that you can use in order to collaborate with the Department of Labor. If you go to developer.dol.gov, we offer terrific tools for developers. We provide software development kits. We provide APIs and sample code for multiple platforms, including iOS, Android, BlackBerry, and I believe we have also for Windows mobile phones. So if you're interested, please visit developer.dol.gov. We take great pride in that site. And if you identify something that we've missed or something that we should certainly add, just send us a note. We're very open to new ideas. We're trying to make it as friendly and as accessible and as easy for you guys to collaborate with us and to build the right tools around our missions. And we have some really, really powerful missions. So without further ado, I wanted to introduce the winners. I don't know who's going first, but and also thank you guys very, very much for the time and the opportunity to talk about our challenge. Thank you very, very much.
All right, do we need to plug that in to show the screen? Okay, great.
Present. If I want to bring a website up on this laptop, can I go ahead and close that?
I'll try it for a second.
Okay.
I don't think we need to hook it up. Should be in Friday.
Sorry? Oh, you bring up the website. Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the website on the.
What is it?
It's accessjobs.devis.com.
Do you want me to drive or you got it?
I think we're good. Might have Stephanie come up at some point.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ben Wetzel. First off, I just wanted to thank ODEP and the Department of Labor for putting this challenge on. I am a UI designer and developer for Devis in Arlington, Virginia. Devis is a minority woman-owned small business. We specialize in developing accessible websites and applications and also provide accessibility support for things like PDF remediation. Some of the bigger websites that we work with in the accessibility realm are disability.gov, and we are currently working on a redesign of Access Board's website. The team for the challenge from Devis was consisted of 3 people. It was Stephanie McLeod, who was the project manager, myself, I did the user interface design and development, and Donald Ulrich, who isn't here today. He worked on the back-end development for the project. So what is Access Jobs? It basically consists of 2 things. One is a simple job search engine focused on helping people with disabilities find employment. And it is also a repository of information for employers, providing information on how to add their jobs to the search and also providing links to external resources covering things like the benefits of hiring people with disabilities and information on how to recruit them. The search engine on our site uses Google's custom search engine and displays job postings from across the web that have been marked up using things like microformats to indicate that they should be displayed on our site. The benefit of this is that employers don't have to post their jobs on our site. They just mark up their existing job postings and they show up on our search. So it's easier for them. In terms of accessibility, since that was such a big component of the challenge, we obviously had to comply with Section 508 and WCAG 2.0. So we made sure the site could be used with screen readers. We made sure that the contrast was high enough for people with low vision. But we wanted to go above and beyond, so we looked for other ways to enhance the accessibility of the application. From Wikipedia, the definition of accessibility is the degree to which a product, device, service, or environment is available to as many people as possible. Notice this doesn't refer to any technical guidelines. It just focuses on making things available to as many people as possible. One way that we think we can increase that availability is to be device agnostic. So what I mean by that is we're not targeting a desktop user or a mobile user. Many Americans actually don't have broadband internet access at home, and some don't have access to the internet at work either. For a lot of people, the mobile internet isn't a supplement, but is actually their only means of accessing the internet. So if you're not focusing on making your site usable and accessible on mobile devices, you're actually excluding a large part of the population. So how can we make our content available to everyone? Currently, there are a couple approaches to this. One popular approach is to make a mobile app, but we didn't want to do that and exclude people that didn't have the right device for the app that we would develop. Another approach is to develop a separate mobile site that often doesn't contain the same content and functionality of the full site. So we didn't want to do that either and give people a different experience if they're coming in on a mobile device. So we looked at a new approach that is gaining popularity called responsive design. I would say that this is basically an approach to universal web design, so not specifically targeting mobile. It's actually making sure that your website or web application can be used on as many devices as possible. The basic idea is that the same exact website is served to all your users, regardless of browser or device. And it uses a combination of things like a flexible layout and flexible media, so images and movies, along with something called media queries that provides a site that responds based on the context in which it's being viewed. For those that aren't familiar, media queries are a way to selectively serve CSS based on criteria such as things like device resolution or height. So what does that mean in practical terms? Something that you might see on a site with responsive design or columns that can stretch as the screen grows or shrinks. Layouts can be flexible, so they might go from one column to multiple columns depending on the device you're using. Other things could be like a horizontal navigational menu. On a desktop browser, it might be the full width of the screen, and then actually be hidden in a drop-down menu if you're using a mobile device. So since I have the site up and we're talking about responsive design, I can give you a little bit of a demo. Actually, Stephanie's going to hop up here while I'm talking about this. But as far as the approach that we took on Access Jobs, since we were new to this and since responsive design is fairly new as well, we took a pretty basic approach. The basic idea is there are flexible columns that expand as the page width changes. And there's also a flexible layout. So we might have a multi-column layout at wider resolutions and then shrink to a one-column layout at smaller resolutions. If you perform a job search, you'll see that at wider resolutions, the results can actually display in multiple columns, and if you were viewing it at a lower width, it might shrink down to 2 or to 1 column. But the important thing is that this site is just as usable on a phone or a tablet as it is on a desktop browser. It provides the exact same functionality and content, so we're not giving people a lesser experience depending on what device they're using. If you would like to find out more about responsive design, there's a site called Media Queries. This is a gallery that features websites with responsive designs, and if you go there, you'll see basically a lot more advanced stuff happening than what we're doing on this site. There was also a pretty high-profile responsive design that came out in the last year or so, the Boston Globe website. If you want to check that out, that's got a lot of advanced stuff going on. And there was recently a redesign of AIDS.gov in, I believe, June, and I think that is the first responsive federal website. If anybody has any questions, I'm willing to take those now. You can check us out at devis.com, and we are hiring. So if anybody's interested, we're looking for a Section 508 subject matter expert. And feel free to come and say hi later, and we can chat. Thanks.
Can you spell the URL?
Sure. devis.com.
Thank you very much, Access Jobs. Congratulations. So wanted to, why don't we introduce the People's Choice Award, VoicePal Speak As You Think. And they can talk to us about the wonderful application. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Javier. My name is Priya Kali, and I just want to thank DOL and ODEP for hosting Disability Employment App Contest. It was an amazing experience to be part of this competition, and it's an honor to be here today to talk about my little creation called VoicePal. VoicePal is a software application designed to help people with speech disabilities. I want to give you guys a little background on what really led to creation of VoicePal. Sometimes in life you experience something that kind of moves you in a way that leaves you thinking that you want to do something about it. I had an experience like that, and then I started my research on speech aid devices and tools. What I found, it actually surprised me. Most of the existing tools, speech aid tools and devices and applications that were there offered limited functionality. They had like picture word format where they would create broken sounds like want, apple, instead of speaking complete sentences like I want an apple, I'd like to have an apple, please. So basically what I felt was like technology has really advanced, but most of these tools haven't really leveraged the technology. Now that got me thinking, imagine, what would it be like if someone who has speech disability could express themselves fluently, clearly, at all times? Imagine how many opportunities that opens up for you. What if there's a tool that lets you have complete conversation, as if it lets you speak complete sentences, in a natural voice, so that you feel that you're having a normal conversation with people around you? So that that thinking basically got me thinking that, okay, we're going to make VoicePal, and it's going to offer all those features that are missing in existing tools. So when we sat down, started thinking about the interface, we thought we're going to have most of these common internet tools that are there, like your web browser. It has bookmarking capabilities. It maintains web page history, pages you've visited. There's Google-like search capability. We added all these features in VoicePal just so that you can navigate your way around, pick your sentence, and get to what you want to speak faster. We also added more than 5,000 predefined sentences, commonly spoken sentences that you speak every day, and then you group them in categories and subcategories, and you could extend these categories. You could add your own sentences, create your own categories, customize it as you like. We also added functionality so you could pick your language, pick a voice, and even accent of your choice, just to make it as natural as it can be. We also added a recording feature. So if you wanted to record your own voice, you could do that. I'll share a recent experience with you. My friend's daughter, she got her tonsils removed. So before she went into surgery, she used VoicePal, and she recorded the sentence saying, "Thank you, Mom, for taking care of me." So every time her mom was there watching over her while she was recovering, she would hit that button, and it would keep saying, "Thank you, Mom, to take care of me." And because we also have voices for a little girl, little boy, so anybody could use it. So my friend sent me an email back. She's like, "This was heartwarming." I'm like, "For me too. For me too. This was like an achievement. It was an amazing experience." But what I want to also add is VoicePal use is not limited to people with speech disabilities. Anybody can use VoicePal. We could add as many languages to it if needed, and with the language translation feature, if you like to travel a lot, you are in a country where you can't speak the local language, or even our soldiers, when they're out here in these countries, they can't speak with local people. You could use VoicePal. You can add the language there, it'll translate it for you, and you can speak with people over there. We just thought that was an important feature to add. I know we don't have much time here, so with that said, I'm going to put on a demo video that is going to go through all the features and the functionality that I briefly talked about. And I have VoicePal with me on my tablet today and on my cell phone. If anybody has any questions, wants to come and play with VoicePal, please come and find me after this, and look forward to speaking with all of you, hopefully. Thank you.
Hi, this video will introduce you to VoicePal's key features. What is VoicePal? VoicePal is a communication device that assists people with speech disorders. It's designed with you in mind. Its simple interface allows anyone, including children, to use the application with great ease. VoicePal proudly hosts more than 5,000 commonly used sentences that are housed in intuitive categories and subcategories, making it easier for you to locate what you want to say easily. VoicePal allows you to add your own categories and sentences, edit existing sentences, and even combine multiple sentences. And best of all, speak these sentences with a choice of excellent voices and languages. VoicePal can be used on Android tablets or smartphones, and it supports both landscape and portrait modes. Now, sit back, relax, and watch it in action. Let's launch the application. As we interact with VoicePal, you'll notice we've used common web conventions like search, bookmarking your favorites, history, homepage, and back button that make this app intuitive and easy to use. VoicePal's homepage displays several categories. Many of these categories have subcategories that help you navigate to the sentence you want to speak. Let's say you're at a coffee shop and would like to order a latte. You would go to food category and select coffee tea. You now have a list of sentences for coffee tea. To order a latte, simply tap on the sentence to speak or click on the speak icon.
I'd like a latte.
Now let's say there are certain sentences that you think you might speak often. You can add these sentences to your favorites, very similar to how you would create favorites or bookmark pages on your web browser. To add a sentence to your favorite list, simply tap on the star. So now the next time you're at a coffee shop, you can go to favorites and order your drink right away. If you want to remove a sentence from favorites, deselect the sentence by tapping on the star. Similar to the web page history maintained by web browsers, VoicePal maintains history of recently used categories and recently spoken sentences. The second icon on the top menu bar is for category history, and the third icon is for sentence history. Now let's talk about the search feature. A search can be done for a category, subcategory, or sentences that contain the given text. Let's perform a search on the word coffee. As you can see, the search returns subcategory coffee tea along with a list of sentences that contain the word coffee. Now that's another cool feature that lets you get to what you want to say faster. VoicePal also gives you ability to type in your thoughts for when you want to create your own sentences. Let's enter I love coffee. You can either speak the entered text as a one-off or save it in a category for future use. Now let's look at the menu options. VoicePal displays menu options in context of the page you're on. Let's check it out. At category level, we have an option to add a new category, change the order of the categories to appear in alphabetic order, or customize the display order. And at sentence level, we can add a new sentence, select sentence order to be recently used or most used, and hide or show certain row level buttons. You can customize VoicePal as per your preference. Let's walk through the settings. Theme for the application lets you change the background to either black or white. Text and icon size will allow you to change the size of the text and icons to show in small, medium, or large size. If you have multiple voices installed, you can select a voice to use. VoicePal can also speak multiple languages. You may find this feature extremely useful when you are in a foreign country or you simply want to impress someone with your multilingual abilities. Now, isn't that just awesome? VoicePal also provides several additional features that you might find useful. Press a category icon for a couple of seconds to see category level options that will allow you to edit, delete, copy, and/or move a category to another location. Similarly, long press on a sentence will let you edit the text of the sentence, delete the sentence, and also record your own voice for any sentence. This feature was introduced for our friends who may want to record their voice prior to undergoing a surgery that may result in temporary loss of voice. VoicePal can help them communicate in their own voice while they are recovering from their surgery. Also, this feature may be of great use to our friends who do have the ability to speak but may have trouble speaking. Wouldn't it be nice to say I love you on a special occasion to your loved one in your own voice? VoicePal can help you do that. Now let's see how edit works. The cart function is another cool feature that allows you to speak multiple sentences together. Just add the sentences to the cart and speak them all.
Hi, I'm Amy. I use this machine for communication. Please be patient.
The play button next to the category name shows combined list of all sentences for the category.
Hope you enjoyed this demo and are excited to try out VoicePal. Please visit voicepal.com for more information and to get your free trial. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone.
I believe deaf people can use this app as well because a lot of deaf people use electronic notepads to type what they want to say and then show it to the person they're talking to, which is limiting. Where this app, I think, would be a much better tool for people who are deaf to use. So I think if you maybe added a few additional features like ability to change the font, yes. That way you don't have to speak. You can just... you could turn on or off the speech piece, mm-hmm. and then you could show it to somebody. For example, if you're ordering at a restaurant or something like that, I think that it would be also additionally useful to people who are deaf. Also, if I could recommend adding captions to the video, that'd be nice.
Definitely. Yes, definitely. I'll take that. Yes, absolutely. A lot of other changes have been made to the application since we made this video. And there will be a new video coming up. It's still working on it. So there are a lot of new features that are there. And please visit the website in another 2 weeks or 3 weeks' time. And there is a video with a lot of changes that have happened. And we're open to more suggestions. If we want to improve this app and make it as accessible as possible. Any suggestions are welcome. Thank you. This was really valuable. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And with that, I'd like to introduce our last winner, the Above and Beyond Accessibility Award, ACCDC Accelerated Dynamic Content.
Hello, my name is Brian Garabenta. I built ACCDC. I'd introduce you to the team, but there isn't one. Basically, ACCDC is a dynamic content management system that can be used to build dynamic, basically interactive applications while ensuring accessibility for screen reader and keyboard-only users. ACCDC is a free development resource for international businesses, organizations, and academic institutions wishing to incorporate accessible innovation within future web technologies. ACCDC, the components actually can be downloaded from whatsock.com, which includes many different control types, common control types that act as scalable implementations that can be incorporated into any web technology. In order to, the templates themselves are functionality templates. They use ACCDC, and they have been fully tested to be 508 and WCAG compliant. And the purpose of ACCDC is to provide a development resource, essentially to act as a programmatic, basically a programmatic baseline from which new accessible web technologies can be created. ACCDC is a closed system so that it can be incorporated into any JavaScript library or framework without conflict, or it can be used as a standalone API. It doesn't matter. The code itself has been updated in the last couple of days, so there's full documentation at whatsock.com for reading about what the core API includes, the various features, and how it works. I believe the Wikipedia page is also updated for ACCDC, so there's more information, a primer available at that location. So it does quite a lot, so there really isn't time to go into it. But if you want to read about it, please visit whatsock.com, and there's quite a bit of information there. And If you have specific questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
If you could just for the benefit of the public, spell out the URL.
Sure. Whatsock, that's WHAT as in Tango, SOCK.com. And ACCDC is spelled ACCDC, not like the band.
With that, I believe that I conclude the Department of Labor's part in this morning's event. I would like to once again thank you very much for your participation, your support, and please look out for upcoming challenges on challenge.gov on behalf of the Department of Labor. So again, thank you to the FCC, thank you to our partners and supporters, and all of our participants and winners. We appreciate it. Take care. Have a great weekend.
The Office of Disability Employment Policy at the Department of Labor has been a real partner in the DEVAC endeavor. I use the term endeavor sometimes because it's not just an event. It's supposed to be something ongoing. And I don't use the word campaign because it's not just about selling an idea. It's about doing. We want people to just start incorporating accessibility guidelines when they develop any kind of technology. All right. And actually, one other thing about Department of Labor and their help is that they have set up a work group on a website called epolicyworks.org. And so one way that DEVAC participants, either those in attendance today or anybody remotely, can communicate and collaborate with others is by joining that website. We sent information on how to do that with the materials that we sent to everybody who pre-registered. But if you don't have that information and would like to have it, just write to our DEVAC at fcc.gov address and we can get you that information. Our next speaker is Greg Pizacki from Adobe. He's on the accessibility team there, and he'll be speaking about ePub and PDF production using Adobe tools.
Thank you for the introduction, Jamal. I'll just take a few moments to set up. Should I do the slides from here, or does it matter? Okay. All right. How is the audio? Can people hear me? Well, good morning, and once again, thank you for the introduction, Jamal. My name is Greg Pizacki. I work for Adobe Systems on the accessibility team, and I'm here to talk about the topic of ePub and PDF production with Adobe tools, and I'm going to demonstrate, for the most part, a number of non-Adobe tools, and the fact that bringing them into Adobe tools is going to facilitate the process of single source publishing, accessible publishing to a variety of different platforms. The format we're going to take today is I'll run through a number of PowerPoints, and then we're going to switch for the demonstration machine. And as I understand it, once that happens, it will only be an audio presentation, so bear with me, but the slides have been made available in advance to the entire audience watching. So this is a discussion on best practices. And one of the things that I like to point out is that I don't consider accessibility a feature. It's not a feature. It's a result. It's a result of engaging in best practices. And on our slide here, we have a screenshot that's popular on the internet, and it shows a nice accessibility button where the return key would be. That'd be fantastic if such a thing existed, but it doesn't. So we have to, as producers of content, understand the proper methods of best practices for making that content accessible to all folks. It requires human testing in addition to automated checking. I love nothing better than to be able to run one of these accessibility reports and pass. And that's pretty much 80% of your task there. You really need to verify those results with AT and the people using those AT, because it is a different experience. Checking also only can tell you if things that are required are present or if things that shouldn't be there are present. It can't tell you if they're appropriate or not. I live in Washington, D.C., where this conference is being held, and we have these events called elections every 4 years or so. And in some locales, almost every year, somebody's running for something. Websites change, pictures change, images change. At the end of the last election, image of George W. Bush, President of the United States. It has alternative text. It's there. President Barack Obama wins the election. They forget to update the alternative text. It passed, but that's not George W. Bush smiling at you anymore. That's President Obama. So these are the kinds of things that, again, the human factor really needs to continue to be present. So again, it's not a feature. It's not one button. It is best practices. It is result. I came to Adobe from a print and publishing background, so I'm really into production workflows and the like. This is just a new item in the production workflow that we have to adjust ourselves to. We would never allow content to go out with editorial checking, with layout, design checking, and in Washington, D.C., without that required review by the attorneys. We should not let content go out without an accessibility check. We've got to start to incorporate this into our production workflows. So publishers need to put these new techniques into practice. That's not to say print is going away. That's one of the things that I think is unique about Adobe, is we try to cover the vast spectrum of needs, whether print to hard copy, which isn't going away, whether that same content, without having to rework it, can then be rendered in an electronic fashion and an accessible one. Have to do this. I need AT. Page down. So what we're going to see today is a tale of two documents. On the screen, we start with Microsoft Word. For people who can view this as either a printed document or on screen, they actually look identical. They're nice and highly formatted. The heading has a rich, bold font at the top that seems to imply it's a heading. There's a subheading in a light blue color underneath. Paragraph, there's an image of the solar system. Thank you, NASA. Love that public domain stuff they provide for these demos. These documents look the same, but they are vastly different because one of them is accessible and one is not. And I hope to show in the demo that it's actually a little easier to make it accessible rather than achieve these same effects in an inaccessible fashion. So creating accessible documents, people say, the Adobe tools, they're kind of powerful tools. You don't even have to start with an Adobe tool. You can start with these mainstream familiar tools, such as the word processing application, in this case, Microsoft Word. Microsoft does a very nice job of providing accessible authoring techniques on their website. These techniques currently apply to Word 2010, Word 2007. Pretty good website. And it's just a repetition of best practices you're going to hear over and over again from Microsoft, from Adobe, from Apple. They have a variety of suggestions for using styles. Very key. I always emphasize that. There's nothing worse than highlighting something, making it bold, increasing the font. Hey, looks great. It doesn't have structure, and styles are the bedrock to accessibility. And it's really easier to go point, click, and get that look. If you don't like the way the given head one looks, fine, modify that. And from that point on, just point, click, point, click. Ensure that styles are in a correct order. I know for this audience, a lot of this is repetition, but somebody out there might be getting new information. Don't use that table tool to create that multiple column effect. That's kind of a vestige of days gone by. But every once in a while you run into people who continue to do that. Add alternative text to images and objects. And this is often neglected. People just it doesn't occur to them that audio caption, if you will, needs to be provided in addition to any visual caption underneath the figure. Specify the column header rows. There's that special row. All rows are not the same. The column header has scope implications. So everything underneath a column header, those cells refer back to that column, so that people using assistive technology can understand that 4,225. What's that number mean? It means population of registered voters in the District of Columbia in Ward 8. Elections are really on our mind these days. Use meaningful hyperlink text. Nothing worse than encountering www.blah, blah, 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 blah. What is that? You can actually render hyperlinks with something that's descriptive. Go to the Board of Elections website. Avoid the use of floating objects. Embed the graphics, wrap the graphic inside your text so that everything flows in a smooth, logical order. People who can see a page on screen or on paper, their eyes and their brain work to arrange and organize that information. Audio, it has to be organized on behalf of the listener so that it falls into a logical fashion. Nothing worse than hearing all the figures up front and not knowing which items of text they relate to. And check your work. Microsoft provides detail on how to do that. With Office 2010, they introduced a nice accessibility checker, which allows you to check your Office documents. So using styles in your Word documents, I'll briefly go through this. You're going to see it. Some of you are going to see it in practice. Styles are displayed on the ribbon under the Home tab. By now we can quit grousing about the ribbon. It's been with us for years. I think people know where to find it by now. If you don't like that, Alt-Control-Shift-S pops up the style window along the side, and it's a nice, non-invasive way of displaying your style categories as you move your cursor through the document. Ensure that styles are in the correct order, essentially grammar school reinforcement. Heading 1 precedes heading 2, precedes heading 3, try not to skip, and don't put 4s in front of 2s, that kind of thing. Under the page layout, if you want multiple columns, use the column tool. Don't format using tables. Adding alternative text to images. Again, right-clicking on the graphic is one quick technique to bring up the format picture dialog in your Word documents. And then select the alt text category from there. You will then have an opportunity to enter appropriate alternative text for that image. And why am I stressing Word? Because the point is, I'm from Adobe after all. Everything we're doing here is going to translate into things we're going to do down the road, and you're going to see it manifested on other platforms. Specify column, header, rows, and tables. There's that special. Again, these are the things I said. They tell us what to do. These few slides show us how to do it. Highlight the first row. There's actually even an easier way now where you go into table editing mode, go into design, and just click, I want that first one to be the header row. So you don't even have to highlight or place your cursor in the top row anymore. Use the meaningful hyperlink text. If insert hyperlink is too many moves, Control K will bring up that dialog for you, and then you can put something. In this case, go to the NASA's website for the solar system exploration, as opposed to www://solarsystem.nasa.gov/planets. This is what we're getting at here. You can also add a screen tip. Avoid the use of floating objects. This will just help ensure that your images get anchored to points in the document where you'd like them to be. So make sure you use that wrapping function. Check your work in Microsoft Word. In many ways, I was sad to see them introduce this. Oftentimes, when you started with a Word file and you were going to PDF, for example, people say, well, how do you check your Word file? And me, being from Adobe, would say, turn it into a PDF and then check it in Adobe Acrobat, and you'll find the things that you need to go back and fix your Word file. But all is good. All is good. It's good to be able to fix that at the source, too. And the two are actually complementary now. Microsoft, and their checker also goes to documents beyond Word. The entire Office suite is included. You have to go back to that home page, the info category, and it's a button on that first, I kind of think of it as the Office home screen. And that's where you can then invoke the accessibility checker. Export to PDF. This one is still, with settings, this is where the emphasis comes from. Settings optimized, underscore, bold, emphasis, optimized for accessibility. We still encounter a lot of people. PDF is something you can actually print to. Instead of the Canon laser printer down the hall, print to PDF. Wonderful. You're going to get a PDF, but it's going to be completely inaccessible. There are mechanisms that take all that work you did in your source, in this case Microsoft Word, and translate it into its PDF accessible equivalent. So whichever method you use, if you have installed Adobe Acrobat, you get this thing called the PDF Maker. It attaches itself to your Office application, shows up on the ribbon and all. There's a checkbox, Enable Accessibility and Reflow with Tagged PDF, and that will handle the translation of the accessibility things. Now, here's another thing that saddens me. You don't even need Adobe Acrobat to create a tagged accessible PDF. Microsoft saves to PDF, and they have a dialog shown on the bottom of this screen that will also generate tagged PDFs. Document structure tags for accessibility, and that should be checked off too. PDF is an international standard. It's no longer the sole province of Adobe. And I'll take this opportunity to just say a word of ISO 14289, International Standard Organization 14289, PDF UA, Universal Accessibility, achieved ISO status last month. So there is now an international standard that defines what it means for a PDF file to be accessible. And so publishers such as Adobe, Microsoft, anyone who's generating PDF has a spec that they can now refer to, recognized internationally, that says when we generate PDF files from our source applications, we need to generate files that have these characteristics so that the results can be considered accessible. After that, if you've even if you've checked your work in in Microsoft Word, check it again in in Adobe InDesign. Too many products. Check it again in Adobe Acrobat. Sometimes you miss something got ignored, you got distracted. It will point out here we have a screenshot of alternative text that was not, that we forgot to add to an image of a comment. And so it highlights that image, shows us in the accessibility report, it describes the error, gives you hints for repair. There's a link in the accessibility report that will highlight it in the document itself, so you don't have to go hunting for it. And then there are instructions for right-clicking and adding the missing alternative text. Now we're going to talk about stepping it up. So that's the simple Word to PDF accessibility talk. The good news is that applies to other things. So Adobe is in the desktop publishing business. We have a desktop publishing product called Adobe InDesign, and the current version is InDesign CS6. InDesign is a mainstay of the print and publishing industry, but it also has a lot of nice electronic publishing features, and CS6 continues to improve upon those. You can import, Control-D for any InDesign users, that Word document you worked on into your InDesign workspace. You can even drag, as the screen shot here indicates, you can actually drag the file onto your InDesign layout, and it will open up. It will inherit whatever styles were created in Word. You can then redefine those to say something that might be more appropriate to a magazine layout or to an on-screen layout. You can define different sorts of templates from the same content. The other important thing, as our screen capture indicates, I highlighted this freshly imported document, highlighted the image of the sun and solar system, and we have something called the object export options, which is where you're going to find the alt text description. The alt text we wrote in Word is maintained when this is brought into InDesign. Just take a moment. All right. Why would you go to all this trouble of bringing it into Adobe InDesign? Because InDesign supports additional formats and platform deployments. So people in the publishing industry don't like to do the same work over and over and over again, creating the same content because we're going to go to an iPad, creating the same content over because we're going over to a website. We bring it into the Adobe InDesign, and from there we've got a choice of formats: PDF, HTML, ePub, ePub 3, and of course print. And again, there are some neat things about print that we take care of that most people in this audience really don't concern themselves with. But we try to keep a lot of people happy at Adobe. Sometimes we do a good job of it. Sometimes, there are issues. Color correction, font encoding, that sort of thing. These are the things that InDesign also handles well. The platforms, across an array of platforms. The desktop, ebook readers on the desktop, PDF, HTML, and ePub. On the web, PDF and HTML. And on mobile devices for both right now, iOS and Android. This sort of ends the introduction of what you're going to see, but while I'm here, I just want to also discuss a few resources that Adobe makes available. We try to be very diligent about our voluntary product accessibility templates. Oftentimes we're asked, where are the VPATs? And, thank you. There we are. Oftentimes we're asked, where are the VPATs? And most people in this audience know what a VPAT is, what's the value of VPAT. You'll find them at Adobe's accessibility page. Just go to adobe.com/accessibility. The link for compliance is the list of the VPATs. And in the event we're missing one that you're looking for, send me an email. Many of you have in the past. And we'll alert the product managers to get on it. our accessibility website, adobe.com/accessibility. I discussed the VPATs. We have a nice Adobe TV is something off the Adobe website, and there is an accessibility channel for Adobe TV. So again, authors interested in how to use the various Adobe tools to create accessible content can view Adobe TV for those techniques. Now, having said that, I'd like to switch over and quickly show you the demo. There's my contact information. I'm in McLean, Virginia, in Tyson's Corner. Our offices are actually, we're in the same office building as the Hilton Worldwide headquarters. There's my telephone number and my email. Now to make the switch. Starting with the laptop. And we're just getting set up now, moving over to the demonstration machine. Okay. Yeah. And let me just quickly set to duplicate. How are we doing? There?
Looks good.
All right. All right. There we go. So on the screen we have two Word documents. I'm going to display them side by side. All right. So on the left, we have one that it says it's not styled from the title there, and on the right we have one that is indicated as styled. Now, but they both seem to be styled. A Control-Alt-Shift. We go to the left. Control-Alt-Shift-S brings up, and notice I've got the cursor in what appears to be the title, but my styles are indicated as normal. As I move the cursor down, it's still normal. As I go into the regular paragraph, it's still normal. This is character formatting. It doesn't do us much good when we talk about accessibility. What we really want to see is something like this. Now when we place our cursor, title should be, there it is, there's title. Go on down. Now it's a heading 1. Go on down. There's the normal, the default paragraph style for a Word document. So this is one of those key things. And again, moving down in our document, if we format our picture, select the alt text, we can see that here we have our alt text description is indeed in the document. So these are the kinds of things you're going to want to accomplish in your Microsoft Word document. And then, if you want to check for issues, you can check accessibility. And it tells me that I am missing alt text on page 2. It'll take me right there to it. I'm not going to bother fixing that error right now because we're going to watch it get manifested itself in the resulting PDF. When we want to save to Adobe Acrobat, we can select these preferences. And here's the big one. Enable accessibility and reflow with tagged PDF. That button, have it checked. You can also do some other things, create bookmarks, add links, a number of settings here. With those preferences checked, you would then select Create Adobe PDF, And I'll put this in the results folder, or we'll put it in the end folder. This is remembering something I did just 1 second here. I want to make everything show you where things are going. Here we actually created a special folder for today's event. DevAC, and there's our demo, and there are our results, just to help us remember where things are. So for the PDF file, Dev ACC final, save. And do I want to replace it? Sure. And then you're going to see a progress bar. This is why you have like the Julia Child technique, you have everything done in advance so people aren't waiting for the chicken to cook. And we have this file. As we move our cursor over, you see montage of the solar system and the orbits of the planet. So there's the alternative text we did in Word. We can actually run our accessibility checker here, and we should. This is what I was afraid of. Larger screen resolution. There's a checkbox. There it is. Select all. Maybe I can get to the checkbox. Or maybe I can't. Try one more time. There it is. I can probably say start checking. There we go. The checker did find a problem. The report gets opened up on the left-hand side. How to add language attributes. So that's one of the things that doesn't transfer over. The instructions essentially tell you to do this. Go to advanced, and down at the bottom, you're going to have an opportunity to add your language. Select OK. And it will also point to that alternate text. There it is, no alternate text for the comment. And what I will do is bring up something called the touch-up reorder tool, move it off to one side. I do apologize for the large resolution. And there it is, edit alternate text, and there's comment need. So if you forgot to do something on your way out, you've got another opportunity to repair it. Hit full check again. Tell it to start checking, and we know that button's down there somewhere. Start checking. There's still another problem. I thought I was going to get to 0. Anyway, you do get a notice that the accessibility checker is clear. What I want to do now is quickly move over to our InDesign document. Bring up the there we go. So here's our intro. Here's our styled document again. Let me make sure I've closed it. Close. All right. There's InDesign, and we'll just use the drag and drop technique. Quick and easy. We'll just drag and drop it. I've had the template just sitting here, and there it is. It has been brought into our InDesign document. We can zoom in. The headers have been maintained. A whole list of paragraph styles that got inherited. You can actually even redefine some of these things. You would go about editing it in InDesign. For DevAC. Maybe format other things, like create table styles. that are more colorful. Here we have alternating rows, and on it goes. One thing I do want to bring to your attention is I'm going to highlight our image of the solar system and the planets. And with that, we look at the object export options. And notice the alt text source is custom, and it inherited it from your Word document. You've got a variety of other sources here. One of the things I'd like to point out, XMP title, XMP description, XMP, Extensible Metadata Platform. So people can create those images and have the alt text just travel with that image. So you don't have to remember to check it all the time. When it comes into your publication, now you'll never make that mistake, because the smiling image of President Barack Obama will have an XMP description, and you have, as a publisher, have standardized and said all our alt text is going to be loaded into the XMP description. You can put Photoshop, for example, allows you to create that XMP description in a field, and then it'll just pop in automatically. It's nice to have the alt text travel with the image rather than have to recreate it each and every time you do the publication. So just some little things there. And then when it comes time to export, Control E, you can go to PDF. Great, we've seen that a few times. You can also go to ePub. And yeah, I'll replace it. And this is what I want to point out. This drop-down list, there are a variety of ePubs. We are now supporting ePub 3.0 in InDesign CS6. You get some instructions about what to do with the images and advanced and that sort of thing. What you then might do, once you've saved these things, is you email them to yourself if you want to publish them on your iPad. And that's what I'm going to do next, is just show the results of all this work now on the iPad. And there we have it. So I said you can email it to yourself. Like Julia Child, I cooked I cooked it in advance, but here's that ePub book. Whoop. We lost our, we had it for just a moment. There, it's back. There we go. You can open it in iBooks. You can open it in other, I'll open mine in iBooks. And there it is, new introduction to our solar system. Oh, okay, that's wonderful. So what's the big deal? Turning on VoiceOver.
iBooks, library, button.
Two fingers.
Button. Table of contents. Button. Appearance. Button. Search. Button. Add bookmark. Button. Introduction to our solar system and DevACC. Sources of wonder and inspiration. From our small world we have gazed upon the cosmic ocean for thousands of years. Ancient astronomers observed points of light that appear to move among the stars.
I'll move things along here.
Meaning wanderers, and name them after Roman Jupiter, king of the gods. Mars, the god of war. Mercury, messenger of the gods. Venus, the goddess.
Here it comes.
Jupiter, king of the gods. Mars, the god of war. Mercury, messenger of the gods. Venus, the goddess of love and beauty. And Saturn, father of Jupiter and god of agriculture. Image. Montage of the solar system and the orbits of the planets.
Image montage of the, so the alt text.
Composite image of our solar system with the sun and planets. In all, there are 8 planets in our solar system.
And we'll just turn that off. But quickly, you've become an instant ebook publisher from a very simple source, Microsoft Word in this case, put into an Adobe InDesign document, rendered as PDF, rendered as ePub, and deployed across platforms. On the desktop, the ePub would have opened up in Adobe Digital Editions, and I urge you to look at the Adobe Digital Editions. Preview 8 version now includes support for assistive technology that provides accessibility even if digital rights management is invoked. Digital Editions is now being used in the Overdrive lending library. The desktop, the mobile device, the web, we didn't bother with HTML, but it would have been in there too. Anyway, that concludes my my comments and my quick demonstration, and I'll be happy to answer a brief question. Yes, sir, with your hands up. Oh.
There are people with such severe hearing loss that even my voice.
Thanks. This was really great. I loved all the detail. I especially loved your attention to, that kind of potential gap between the Microsoft Word side and the Adobe PDF side. I'm wondering, from an enterprise perspective, let's say I'm the accessibility champion in my company, or I'm a 508 coordinator, what kind of workflow management tools or document workflow tools are in place so that I can, maybe not use the word enforce, but somehow make it clear that you got to do this, you got to check it, you got to repair before you can attach it to an email or something like that?
Well, that's a good question, and it's one we constantly wrestle with. And right now, all I can tell you is nothing really comes to mind. There are some production tools in the advertising industry and in the newspaper and magazine publishing industry that essentially follow what they call assets, the images and the text that go into a publication, but as far as I'm aware of, they're not checking into the accessibility of those assets in that content production. So right now, all I can tell you is enterprises are enforcing this in terms of policy, manual enforcement, and oversight, but something that brings it all together across the variety of content types and file formats. If it's been built, it's been customized in some sort of enterprise.
Hi, this might be a little bit off topic. A lot of applications use like Crystal Reports or something that generates a PDF report out of the system.
Yes.
Do you have any tools that you could recommend to make those automatically generated reports accessible?
Well, there's always Adobe Acrobat because there is a watched folder kind of mechanism. In terms of making them automatically accessible, really the best answer is the developers of Crystal Reports. We'd have to know how they go about making their PDFs in the first place. But as I mentioned, that standard, that PDF standard, what they would have to do is modify their PDF generator so that it includes those attributes which the accessible PDF standard says are required. The business about this standard, it's really easy to make a PDF file. And in previous versions of the PDF standard, the accessibility was always listed, but it was always optional. You could always render a PDF that displayed on a screen or printed to paper. That was the big requirement. So what the ISO standards folks said, well, we're going to create one that emphasizes those parts, which are pretty easy to leave out. So if they created a PDF generator that left them out, basically they're going to have to modify their engineering of that PDF generator to include those attributes of a PDF file that essentially they discarded in the past.
Hi, Chris Law from DHS. I just wanted to chime in on Jim's comment there. So Social Security Administration put in the accessibility checker for Word, and at the enterprise level they made it as its own tab for all users to see. So, the home tab, the tables, you'd have section 508 at the end and accessibility. And I think they did that because the checker in Word is in the backstage area. But they put it by putting it on the tab at the enterprise level. The idea was more people would see it. I do know that there are switches in Word. I can't talk for Adobe, but I know that in Microsoft Word you can put switches in at the enterprise level to say, before anybody saves this file and then sends this file, you have to run this accessibility checker. And you can customize which checks it does. So alt text is a good test, but they also have tests in there like, is the title too long? Which is kind of arbitrary. So you might want to switch those things on and off. So there's things that you can do. Yeah. And Social Security has posted their checklist related to that checker on their website as well for Word. Yeah.
Great. I've got 3 questions, and I'll leave it to you to figure out which is the best for the audience if time's limited. There are 4 within Adobe Professional. There are 4 levels of check. HHS has a policy that it must pass the Adobe Professional Accessibility Checker. So if you could touch on the practical differences between the 4 and which you would recommend for general practice.
I recommend the Adobe PDF, that the one you just referred to, because essentially it encompasses all of the others.
So it's not actually a more basic.
No, it's actually a more comprehensive.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that we have nothing in writing. It's just pick one of the 4. It's got to be at least one of the 4. Yeah. So we was kind of thinking that, well, that was kind of the most basic, but that sounds good then.
Yeah. If you picked one of the others, essentially what it gives you for your status, if you are actually asked, and sometimes an agency or an individual is asked to provide proof that you complied with policy X, Y, and Z, we don't adhere to that PDF one that Adobe publishes. We want to see something that says Section 508 or that says PDF UA. That's essentially the primary benefit of going with those others, is you've got a documented proof that this is the test we conducted.
Okay, great. Plugins. What are your comments and thoughts? I recently took some of the Common Look training.
Oh, yeah.
And so if you could touch on their plugin, their standalone products, from Adobe's perspective, what's their value?
Well, they are. The gentleman's referring to Common Look, a product from NetCentric Corporation, and their Common Look product analyzes PDFs for accessibilities, HTML, and Office documents, kind of on an enterprise level, which is nice in that it'll go find things that may have been in the archives for years that haven't been dug up. The key word there is plugins. We work with NetCentric, and their product is a plugin to Acrobat. So they're using the Acrobat checking, but they have devised the interface, which, and some people, and in many cases I will also agree, is sort of a more intuitive interface and one that lends itself more to that production enterprise-wide workflow rather than a single user sitting behind their computer working on one file at a time. So they do a very good job, and we've been very happy with the work they do.
And I think you've just touched on a really important question of creating documents anew versus archived documents, all the legacy documents, and how to manage retrofitting, at least at some good enough level.
Right.
How do we manage all of those versus the individuals who are just creating new documents that should be doing it right from the start?
Yes, and that is the issue that the agencies have to wrestle with and put their stake in the ground.
Great.
And I think it's time to turn over the stage to the next speaker. I'll also be available for discussion afterwards in one of the other rooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we're about to go into our break and the breakout sessions to have a little bit more time for conversation. Let me explain how that's going to work, and if Estelle, if you could find your way up here to give your brief infomercial on what you are working on. So we're going to have the contest app winners, the people who are using open government. We're going to have from the Department of Labor. You guys are going to be in 445B. This is labeled as the accessible mobile apps room, which is just straight back down the hall from the door on the left-hand door as you're in the audience from the back of this room. So just head straight down there. You'll be in that room, and then Adobe also straight down that hall in room C, where there's a sign that says multimedia presentations, if you could set up there. So the way that we do our breaks, everyone gets a few minutes to get some coffee, get a pick-me-up, and then probably approximately, I'm looking at the clock, so in about 5 minutes from now, those breakout sessions will start. Feel free to wander in and out of those sessions if they're useful to you. And come on up. And Estelle has signed up to have a room where she's looking for some feedback on something that she's working on. And Estelle is from Northern Virginia Community College.
Thank you so much. I was told that I should tell you in 2 minutes what I did for my doctoral dissertation, so I'll do my best. We have created an app for students with cognitive disabilities in order to help them increase their skills to use public transportation. The app that we developed, now the template, it can be also used for any activity that requires to complete a set of steps to complete a task. So we will be in a conference room. I have a presentation and I have the app on my iPhone. I would like to show it to you because we want to also learn how to use it, how to transfer it to Android phones. So they will tell you which conference room we will be in, and I'll be happy to discuss it with any of you who are interested in this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Estelle's going to be in 438, which is out the door and up the stairs. Also, the tech center is open if you want to see what we have set up in there, which is just straight down all the way in the hallway up into the library, and the librarians will help you get to the tech room. So then the next session is going to start at 10:45. It's actually going to be about the FCC's Accessibility Clearinghouse. And I are going to be talking about it, and we have some exciting stuff to share. But if you are having a productive conversation in one of the rooms, feel free to keep that productivity going. Okay, thank you all. Bye. Okay, everyone. All right, we're back. We're back from our first morning break, and we're going to begin with the next two speakers. The first speaker is actually myself, and we'll be talking about the Accessibility Clearinghouse that the FCC built last year. I'm going to be going through this presentation will cover a little bit of the background of the clearinghouse. Then we'll take you through a tour of the information that the clearinghouse has, and then finally we'll talk about the data that's inside the clearinghouse, how you could use it, what we are hoping people will do with it, what we need people to do with it, etc. So, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act put into motion new requirements to ensure that everyone has access to communication, as well as the ability to send and receive emergency information and services. Now, one of the requirements within the CVAA included the creation of a clearinghouse of accessible communication equipment and services that was to be hosted on the FCC website. The act was fairly specific that we would track accessible communication devices in their, on our website and be able to find out, and it was part of us tracking the compliance of the industry with some of the other requirements that had come out as part of the CVAA. Now, we looked at this question of creating a clearinghouse, and it represents a challenge because if anyone has ever tried to create a directory or to create a clearinghouse knows that the more successful you are and the more things that you include, the harder it is to continue to be successful and maintain that information over time. We started, and so when we did the clearinghouse, we thought a lot about how do we maintain the information. We thought a lot about how we would like to make it available to people. And we also thought about how we might use this opportunity to combine some of the information that the FCC already had related to accessibility into a single clearinghouse and a single point one-stop shop. So when we launched in October of last year, we had more than 2,000 listings in the clearinghouse that ranged in a number of categories, from contact points for closed captioning at TV stations to Section 255 providers, and of course the required to fact sheets that we had, and of course to including a list of communication devices, a starter list, and we will show you more about that. We have some new things that we're going to announce as we talk about the clearinghouse and we talk about the data, so I'll leave that as we come up. We approach the clearinghouse as more than a website. We hope that it would be a tool that would enable and foster better communication throughout the accessibility community. And by that, we wanted not merely the website to house the information, but we wanted to make sure that there was an API that would make the data available in machine-readable, structured format for anybody to use, so that anyone could take, or any agency could take, a piece of the information or all of the information and put that information in the hands of people that needed it. And it's hard to get people to come to the FCC website to learn about accessibility features, but it is possible for us to make the information available so that other parties can take the information out to where the users are. Now, we as a general approach at the FCC, when we develop new websites, we're following a pattern where we make the information available as an API, and then we build our website on top of the application programming interface let me try that one more time. When we build new websites, we build them on top of open APIs. So our websites use the same API, use the same publicly available data streams that you would be using if you were working with the information. So we have some goals this year. We want to expand the usage of the clearinghouse and its information. We want to increase the information that we have in the clearinghouse, and we want to get data in the clearinghouse from other communities than the sources that we currently have for the data. So what I'd like to do, I'd like to invite Uma Arum. I was practicing up. I'd like to invite Uma. He is known here as Uma. He goes by one name, who is one of our contractors here at the Federal Communication Commission, who worked a lot on the clearinghouse, and he's going to take you through a tour of the content of the clearinghouse as well as some of how we approached accessibility features.
Thank you for that great intro, Greg. Good morning. I'm Uma, and I'm the User Experience Project Manager at Computech. I work closely with Greg and Jamal here at the FCC to deliver innovative experiences that are usable and accessible. I'm going to briefly walk you through the accessibility clearinghouse and turn it over to Greg for some more details on the APIs that we have used. The great thing about this website is that we utilized every one of our APIs to build the entire site. Not only that, it uses AJAX-based framework to pull the content from the APIs and display it on the website. At the same time, we strove to make the pages completely accessible to the degree of WCAG level 2, level AA. We looked at this as an user experience design challenge rather than a compliance challenge. So when I say accessible, we mean it. We tested the site rigorously using various screen readers such as JAWS and NVDA, and made sure that every piece of the website is readable and meaningful. We also fully tested the site with iOS accessibility features such as VoiceOver. Speaking of mobile, we also used responsive design techniques to make the site accessible in various mobile devices. As I walk through the site, I'll share the accessible features of the site. I am on the home page of the clearinghouse now. The entire website is keyboard navigable. Once you press the tab key, Once you press the tab key, it gives you the skip links to various important sections of the on the page. And also we used ARIA roles extensively. For example, the top navigation has a role called navigation, and it also uses ARIA selected feature to highlight the selected navigation tab with using visually hidden text labels. Another great feature is that we've used HTML5 tags extensively, such as sections, articles, and site tags to differentiate the various content on the page. Now I'm back at the site again on the home page. Below the navigation, there are about 6 navigation tabs: Home, Resources by Disability, Products and Services, Technologies, Related Info for Developers. Below the tabs, we have a brief introduction, and then we have 2 columns that displays 5 disability categories. Every resource in this clearinghouse revolves around these 5 categories. Being accessible does not mean that it would cater to everyone's needs, so we took great care to separate the information by these categories. The third section on the home page displays disability-related events. We have used microformats for the event listings. If you are not familiar with microformats, it lets you find information on the web page, such as contacts and events, and add it directly to your calendar or address books. Next, I'm going to go to the blind or visually impaired link. So now I'm on the Resources by Disability page. On this page, we have 4 different sections. The first section is upcoming events. The second one is products and services. Third one is apps and assistive technologies. And then the fourth one is the related information. I'm going to go through the apps and assistive technologies first. We have an extensive list of apps and assistive technologies that works in concert with your existing apps, either it's mobile or desktop. The list was completely collected by Jamal here, and we used his website, openaccessibility.org, and scraped the content from that website to display the data here. Now I'm back on Resources by Disability. And I'm going to cognitive disabilities. As you can see, we've used the same pattern of 4 different sections on all of these disability categories. Now I'm going to go through the section Products and Services. Under Products and Services, there are 5 different categories: mobile devices, video programming distributors, closed captioning contacts, telecommunications service providers, telecommunications equipment manufacturers, college and university telecommunications information. All of this information is available via APIs, and I'll show you later how we leverage these APIs across other FCC applications to make the data more meaningful. First, I'm going to go through the mobile devices. On this page, right now I'm at cognitive disabilities page with mobile devices listed for that particular disability. We got the data from GARI, Global Accessibility Reporting Initiative, provided by Mobile Manufacturers Forum. So it displays the accessible features of all the mobile devices. On this page, we have 3 columns. With 6 or 7 rows to display about 20 mobile devices. On this page, we display the title of the mobile device and the regions the device is available, and then the accessibility features. For example, the GARI data provides us with different categories of accessibility features, categorized by disability. Under cognitive disabilities, there are about 10 features. For example, adjustable scroll speed, assistant instructions, GPS capability, and more. So we display under each mobile device, we display that how many of those features are matching this mobile device. So the list is sorted by the number of features matching. And you have a filter on the side to display by manufacturer. Right now we have Alcatel mobile devices, Apple phones, LG, Motorola Mobility, Nokia, RIM, and Samsung, and Sony. And below the manufacturer filter, there is also a region filter. The regions are North America, Middle East, Latin America, Europe, Asia Pacific, and Africa. So you can filter these mobile devices by any of these regions or manufacturers or disability categories. So I'm going to show you one of the details. For example, I'm on the Apple iPhone 4 details page. In this page, we display more information regarding this phone, the manufacturer, brand, model, type, and regions, in addition to the features supporting different disability categories. There is also physical features of the phone. As you can see, there is this expand collapse feature. We've also made this expand collapse completely accessible using ARIA roles. The role is ARIA hidden. So if you say ARIA hidden equals true, then that means the list is collapsed, and make it false so that we can let the screen reader know that there is a content change on the page. So there are about 5 different sections collapsed here. Features supporting cognitive disabilities, physical features, features supporting hearing, language, and speech disabilities, features supporting blind or visually impaired, features supporting mobility and physical disabilities. There are about 100 features there are about 100 features on all these 5 different categories. So when you go to products and services tab on the navigation, you can filter by any one of these disability categories. If you go to a specific disability, we will display the phones that are matching only that particular disability. Or you can go to the products and services to filter across the various disabilities. And now I'm going to go through the For Developers page. Here's where we list all the APIs that we have used across the website. And recently we have introduced a universal API key recognized across the federal agencies developed by data.gov. And the developers are required to sign up for an API key there, and they would have to pass the API key in the APIs. And this page displays all of the API calls. For example, the authentication and authorization. How do we get pass the API keys? What are the different disability types? What are the products? And how do we access the features manufacturers list? And we also have states list, events, federal contacts, and closed captioning contacts. Greg will talk more about these APIs. I'm going to go, quickly jump through another system that we've leveraged this API. For example, I'm on the closed captioning contacts API. So this API provides you the list of closed captioning contacts for various providers.
I'm going to jump in here because we have a lot of people from different agencies, and I'm guessing that many people have some familiarity with APIs and how they work. But as Uma describes this, so we created for this application essentially a data feed out of one of our databases that we had here at the agency. And because we used it here, what we were able to do when we had a different project, a different application that we had to build, we were able to leverage that API as it was to make it easier to build a feature in a new product that we had to build at the FCC.
Thank you. So I'm on the page where it displays, this page is available under products and services. I'm on the page, it says closed captioning contacts. The closed captioning contacts are organized by five different categories: broadcaster, cable, phone, satellite, and other. And I'm going to show you an example of how we've leveraged this broadcaster closed captioning contacts. Recently, we launched another system called TV station profiles and public inspection files. In that system, under each of the TV stations' profiles, we have listed the closed captioning contacts for quick access to that information. So that's how we make the data more meaningful by leveraging the APIs and bringing together disparate sources of information. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to quickly go through some of the information about the data because we will be in a breakout room and we can talk and we can give some more detail. Let me hop back here. All right, so I'm navigating to a category, to one of the categories, blind and visual, and selecting mobile. Let me go back. If I select telecommunication server providers, in the upper right of our screen, we have a section of the page that's called Data Source, and there's a link there where you can download an Excel version of the file. And there's also a link that goes to the API. And do we think this will come up here because I'm on? Right. So I'm hoping it's going to, right. So I just clicked on that API link, and now what I'm displaying on the computer screen is actually the structured XML data feed that we're using to populate this page, so that you could go to any page and you could see what the API is and how that's available. Now, one of the things that we're announcing today is we are the first federal agency to implement the government-wide API key registry that has recently been launched at data.gov, or more specifically at api.data.gov. And I'm sure that many people have not even heard about this yet, but as part of the 21st Century Digital Strategy Plan, data.gov has launched a central API key registration system. What this means is that a developer can go to api.data.gov, register for a key, and use that key across multiple federal agencies. So the developer doesn't have to get 20 keys to work with 20 different federal agencies, but could get one key to work across federal government. Now, this will take some time for different agencies to adopt. Some agencies may have reasons why they don't adopt it, obviously, but we're pretty excited that we've actually adopted this, and it's a great time to sign up for it, because if you sign up right now, it just so happens that the terms and services, there's nothing there under terms and services. So I think it's a great opportunity to agree to this government contract. So that's how early on. So we're quite excited about it. So kind of diving a little bit more into the data that we're talking about. I'm going to go back to products and services and to the mobile devices. Now, as I said at the very beginning, one of the big challenges for us is how do you maintain this information over time? And traditionally, what a federal agency would do would establish a Paperwork Reduction Act and a new data collection and get this information from government agencies. But that's expensive for us, and it's expensive for the industry. So what we did is we talked to the Mobile Manufacturers Forum, who had already compiled information on their member phones, and we had them create a Creative Commons data feed of their information so that we could use it and anybody else could use it. And for them to go ahead and create it as put it under a Creative Commons license, it means that it would be open to the world, and we would not have to do any specific contractual activity in order to use that data. Now, this is just the start. What we'd like to see very much, we'd like to see from the accessibility community at large, other data feeds that were Creative Commons licensed that we could include inside of the Accessibility Clearinghouse. We'd like to see people take these device information from the mobile phones or from other sections of the clearinghouse and include it in their information that's available. We'd love to see retailers pick up this information and include it in their stores. Now, one of the exciting things is that when Mobile Manufacturers Forum first let us use the data, they did not want us to make it available from our website in structured format because it was the first time that they were doing it. They wanted people to go to their data feed. They have since said it's okay for us to include the devices in our API. So now all of the information that's in the clearinghouse, including the information on the phones and the lovely pictures of the phones, are available inside the clearinghouse. As the mobile manufacturers add more information to their database, we automatically get that for free. So as they add in tablets, we will be able to include tablets inside of this. Now, we still have to get information on other devices, but we hope to use this as a pattern because eventually we have a requirement to include information about the accessibility features of smart TVs, of other type of telephone devices, and whatever else the industry invents in the future. So let me see if there are any questions that I could take at this time regarding the clearinghouse or the API or the data feed. Okay, so since there aren't any questions, we're going to stay on schedule. Our next speaker is CPC closed captioning, Giovanni Galvez. Is Giovanni around? Oh, there he is.
Can we first give Greg and Irma a hand?
Okay, so do you want to connect up your computer?
Or do you have PowerPoint? Okay, I wasn't sure if you had it, so my computer in case of backup. CPC, that's it. Yeah. Cool.
Here is
the clicker.
The clicker?
Sweet.
And I think, do you want to let me move this?
Let me mention that the Mobile Manufacturers Forum, the organization behind the GARI data, is hosting lunch today. So after this next presentation, you're welcome to join us for lunch, and we'll give more specifics about where to get that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Giovanni from CPC Closed Captioning. I'm actually local to the Washington, D.C. area. And we're a software company that develops captioning software for television broadcast companies. And what I'm going to talk about today is converting television captioning to web closed captioning. That's a really critical element of the CVEA. And here we go. So TV closed captions, I'm sure everyone is familiar with. You go to a bar or a public place, and they'll have the captions on. This particular one is, you normally see for live closed captioning, it's roll-up captioning. So that's not very, that's not something that's very common for the web. Roll-up captioning. It's usually pops on, pops off. So it's a challenge to try to take that data and convert it to the web, and to keep its integrity and its accessibility. And that's what I specialize in. So the next slide is, why is closed captioning important for broadcasters? Well, it's required. That's why. And with the CVEA now, web video is going to be required to have captions if it's aired on TV and then it's posted on the web. And that's coming up this month, in fact. And so it's very critical for many television broadcasters, as well as local broadcasters who want to, put the captions up on the internet. So everyone knows, I'm sure, I don't have to tell you, that this was a part of the Video Accessibility Act of 2010. It was signed into law by President Obama back then, and it also expands not just on the internet, to have captions there, but also on mobile devices. So it's really critical for television broadcasters to make sure that that is also available when viewers are watching it on their smartphone. So what we had a kind of a situation where people would call or would ask us about captioning, but really what they wanted to know was what internet captioning. And a lot of you here, a lot of developers here, really don't. Their focus is not on television broadcasts at all. So we coined this term called e-captioning, just to differentiate closed captioning the old-fashioned way, which is what you're seeing right now on this monitor right now. Someone's typing it and they're seeing it on the television, to captioning that's specific to the internet. And that's why it's called e-captioning, because it doesn't require any specialized hardware. Many of you may not be familiar, but the way captioning is working right now on these projectors to the left and to the right of me is there's specialized hardware, rack mount hardware, that adds this data to the video signal. And there's someone actually typing it remotely, a court reporter. So it's not like an automated thing. It's not, using speech recognition or anything like that. Someone's actually listening to what I'm saying right now, and they're typing it. And then that gets sent via modem to a rack mount device, and then in turn gets displayed on these screens here. So to me, e-captioning, none of that stuff is required because it's strictly for the internet, and that's why we made that term to differentiate it. The first thing that I tell my clients in the broadcast realm is they always kind of panic because they say, well, there's so many different types of devices out there. There's so many different types of video players on the internet. Do we need to caption for all of them? Because it's like a jungle out there. This player likes a SAMI file. This other player likes a SRT file, and then the list goes on and on. And my answer to them is, no, you don't have to worry about every single player out there. You just have to worry about what your audience is watching your video on. So if your audience is, for example, in the federal government, and it's an internal video display, then you don't have to worry. You know that everyone has a Windows computer, and they definitely can't install Flash or iTunes. So Windows Media should be the one you have to focus to caption. But like say for universities or other places like that, you have like a wide student body that they all have iPads and they have iPhones. So focus on captioning for that, and try to narrow it down your audience so you know that the accessibility is funneled to the right place. All right. So let's step back and say, how do I prepare your existing video captions for the web? So where does the captions really live? That's what this really says. Well, there's still a lot of entire libraries and archives of tape material that has captions. Even sometimes we have clients that have old beta tapes and 3/4-inch tapes, or even VHS tapes that were at some point captioned, who knows when, a long time ago. And now they want to extract that data so it can actually live on tape. And the reason why they want to extract it is because why wait to get it done again if it's already been done? But the hard part there is how do I convert that data, because it's not an internet data at all. The second way it lives, it could be also embedded into a video format. So more modern, a few years ago, about 4 years ago, it became popular for certain video editors. When they would capture the video from a tape, it would reside inside of a QuickTime file, and then they could manipulate that data, and extract it. And more advanced workflows use a file format called MXF. And MXF is it's not as locked in as, say, a format like QuickTime. MXF is there's even a SMPTE spec, 436M, where the captions live inside the MXF wrapper. And so you can extract that data. And a lot of video servers right now for broadcasters have the MXF data. That's how the video lives before they air your favorite show on TV. So the captions are already there, and with software you can read that caption data and extract it and convert it to whatever you need to for your website. There is another aspect to converting the television captions to the web, and that's if you've ever seen your favorite TV show on the internet, it's not the same version as the show you watched on TV. Let me explain what I mean by that. It could just be a chunk of the show. Like, for example, if you go to, say, Hulu.com and you watch The Simpsons, they'll have like a 5-minute, short portion of The Simpsons. Or if you download your favorite show on iTunes, it doesn't have any commercial breaks, obviously, because there's no commercials on purchase video. So they have to edit that video before it can go on the internet. Well, how does that affect the captions? Well, that means the captions have to be edited too. Because if you edit that video and you have that caption file for television, now that caption file is not going to match. It's not going to sync up at all. There's even more advanced problems with putting stuff on the internet. For example, there's frame rates. And yesterday someone spoke about frame rates regarding signing through video conferencing. Well, frame rates here are a little different because on television there's a specific frame rate the video has to be. But when it was delivered on the internet, that frame rate could be different. So that could cause the captions to drift, meaning the first captions are in sync. And if you have a 1-hour video, at the end of that 1 hour, they're about 3 seconds off. So that there has to be some sort of way to manipulate that timing so it matches the internet version of the frame rate of that video. So I mentioned you can capture the video from tape. A lot of video editing systems now, that there's video editing systems from Adobe and from Apple and from Avid, which are some of the biggest names in the video editing industry, now support being able to work with that caption data and then send it off to like an internet video player. Here's an example of for example, a hardware capture card by a company called AJA. They added that ability to be able to read that data from like a video feed. And that's also really critical, say, for live video. For live video, obviously there is no tape or caption file. The video is just being sent live. For example, I already have a visual here. What you're seeing right now being captioned live on both of these screens, that's a video feed that's live. So it's really happening in real time now. Well, if I were to connect the video feed that we're seeing there to this card, then I'm able to now capture that data. Because the text is not actually burned on the screen, it's actually a data that's on the video itself. There's another way to do it too, and this is something a few years ago I wanted to talk about here at this venue, but now I finally get a chance to, so I'm really happy about that. Digital television signals are also, sent live on the air. So right now, the local channels are broadcasting actual MPEG-2 data to everyone right now. So if you had like an antenna and you connect that to your television set, you don't even need Comcast. You can see the local channels here. But even if you had Comcast, that's still an MPEG-2 that's being transferred in the digital television airways. It's like the final product. And you can actually capture that MPEG-2 that's being aired live right now. You can there's even little USB digital tuners that you can connect to coax cables to antennas, and you can actually see those local channels on your computer. But how does that relate to captioning? Well, the actual MPEG-2 has data. has that caption data. It's called user data that's inside of the MPEG-2 transport stream. So if you were to capture that with that USB tuner on your computer, now you have access to that user data that you can then extract and manipulate. So that's really important for a lot of people because let's just say, a lot of people just say, okay, well, why can't a certain broadcaster just capture everything live this way and then just put it on the internet? Well, it doesn't really work like that with big broadcasters because they're humongous companies. You think the federal government is huge. Some of these broadcaster companies are like enormous. So a lot of times, the web team that posts up the videos on the internet, there's a totally different department than the broadcast team that actually adds the captions to the video. So there's a complete disconnect between that department and the web team that actually has to put the videos online. So by having some tools like this, that web team now can be autosufficient. They can be self-sufficient and capture that live video with captions that they can then repurpose to the internet. And now we go into some of the players that are available. Mobile devices, for example, if you have an iOS device, if you go under settings, there's actually a closed caption on and off button there. So when you have that turned on, anything that has the caption data in it and you're watching on your smartphone, you'll be able to watch those captions. A good example of that is on apple.com. If you go on the Apple homepage and you just want to watch the new video about the MacBook Pro, if you have that enabled, you can watch it on your smartphone or your iPad and you'll see the captions. So that's a good example of that. Let's talk about, since you guys are developers, let's talk about how that works. It's not a separate file in that regard if you're using the built-in caption decoder on the iPhone. It's actually a track inside of the wrapper, inside of the MOV wrapper or the MP4 wrapper. So in this slide, you see how that breaks down. There's a video track, there's a timecode track, there's a sound track, and then the last thing on there is a closed caption track. So that closed caption track contains actual TV caption data that the iOS device, like the iPad or iPhone, can decode. And it does everything that you can see on TV. It can do the roll-up, it can do the split captions, it can do the pop-on, the paint-on. It's actually very neat. And of course, if you have iTunes, they built in that same decoder that's on the iOS device. They have that on the iTunes player. So both on Mac and Windows, you can turn on the captions. So let's move on to some of the other caption formats. If you go to YouTube, of course, YouTube has a way to captions. But YouTube is really, some of you may know Mr. Ken Herenstein. He is a really good guy, and he's worked really hard to add a lot of functionality to captions, as well as his team. You can even upload like a transcript to YouTube, and it'll automatically synchronize that transcript to the video. So that's really good. It really means that anyone could really caption their videos if they have a YouTube channel. And I urge anyone that has a YouTube channel to do so. The other thing that a lot of people don't know about YouTube is it now supports .scc files. So, for example, if you have already a way to make SCC files for internet delivery to another source, you can upload that SCC file directly to YouTube, and it maintains the positioning. It maintains the formatting as well. Another thing that he has done for accessibility is that you can, if you don't like the way the captions are placed on the screen in YouTube, you can actually drag the captions and move them to some other part of the screen, which I think is really great. And of course, it improves SEO optimization, and you can actually, it has a Google Translate hook, so you can translate this. If you have an English caption track inside of your YouTube video, you can translate it to a number of languages automatically. And then, of course, there's captions for Flash, which I'm separating from YouTube because, quite frankly, it's totally different. Captioning for Flash usually has a separate file. It can be embedded into like an FLV file, but now with H.264, what you want to have is a separate file. And right now, the file of choice right now is the time text TTML, used to be known as DFXP, and that is probably going to go away as soon as more developers start supporting the new SMPTE 2052 standard, which is like time text, but it's just more advanced. It has all the positioning and formatting that you're used to for television. Then there's something new for this year. There's something called ultraviolet DRM file format, and if you probably followed some of the video delivery standards, like for example, there's now a way to trade in your DVD videos, your actual physical discs, and then get for a fee get rights so that you can then stream that same movie to your computer and to mobile devices. And they chose to use the SMPTE time text format for that. So now it's kind of like a race to try to convert all these captions for movies and TV shows to this SMPTE time text format, so that when you pay for the service, you can stream the video with the closed captions that were available on your actual DVD disc. That's actually a really sensitive subject, because sometimes we've had reports where you buy the DVD at the store and it has captions and subtitles, but then when you stream that same movie on your computer, they're not there anymore. And so this is a way to address that, to convert that same data that was on the original DVD to the streaming format. So let's kind of zero in on the SMPTE time text 2052. It was an effort to create a mezzanine caption file format, and there's a lot of advantages to it. Some of the features is it does have tunneled CEA 608 data, which means it's the actual raw data from television. It's going to be actually inside of that file for backwards compatibility. It has XML tags and text, and you can even link your, for custom subtitling, you can even link your timecode to PNG images, and they can be displayed. Here are some of the challenges to that same specification for SMPTE time text 2052. I mentioned that it has raw television caption data. So what do you do with that? How do you have to use something to manipulate that. It's not something that's human readable. You have to have some sort of software that can read that tunneled 608 data. So I definitely urge developers to read about the 2052 tunneled data and try to find a way to read that raw data as well as the XML tags. The XML positioning of text is also an item of how can I say, it's a challenge to try to get that right. So if you watch a show on TV, like if someone's talking on the right side of the screen, the captions go on the right. If they're talking on the left, they go on the left. If there's a lower third, like a graphic saying someone's name, then the captions have to go on top, or they're going to block that. So the XML positioning has to also translate all of those features to the internet, and that's something that's been a challenge, but has been worked out recently. And then, of course, there's HD video on the internet. HD video now is more predominant. It used to be that you watch video on the internet and it was 320 by 240 was a really thumbnail size. As bandwidth increased, the resolution got bigger. Now you can actually stream a 1080p video on the internet to your device. So as it relates to this specification, there's a bandwidth limitation on how big these PNG files can be. If you're linking to PNG files, if they're too big, especially if you're doing like positioning left, right, top, that means that PNG file for split captions, for example, like say if two people are talking at the same time, that PNG file has to be pretty much the size of the full resolution. And there's going to be a point where that's going to be too big, and the bandwidth is going to make your player choke on that particular caption. Okay. This is what the SMPTE time text looks like. This is the tunnel data. This is the first part of the file. So this tunnel data represents the actual raw television data. It is just a bunch of gobbledygook. But it does stand for something. It means you can read it. If you know the 608 specification, you can actually go in and get software to interpret it for you. The next part of the file is the actual XML data. This actually you can read, and it makes more sense. It really looks at the font size. It looks at what channels are used. You can actually see the text on the screen. For example, it was decided that every single attribute could be used for every single caption, and that was really important. Because if you don't have the attribute for every single caption, then that means that attribute has to be at the head of the XML, and that's not going to work because all of a sudden you'll get a caption that is that's a different format. So in order to support live captioning or different formatting of the captions and positioning, you have to have the XML tags for every caption block. This is another example. Instead of having caption text, the XML can also point to a PNG. So it's more, there's less information there because all the formatting is part of the actual image file. So if you were used to DVD authoring or Blu-ray authoring, you'll know that it just links to a PNG. You don't have to worry about any positioning or font information. It's an actual picture that it links to. And here's an example of such a picture. So it's going to have basically it's going to have the XML, and then in that same folder on the internet, it's going to have, a few hundred or so PNG files that it needs to render the text on top of the video. So that's another technique that's going to be widely used.
That text is a picture of text.
That's right. Yes. I don't know for sure why it was decided to go with that, other than maybe they couldn't really figure out the positioning XML tags, because that's still under being finalized. So to make it simpler, they said, okay, well, if we just had a PNG image, that's my guess anyway, then we don't have to worry about the positioning, because it's going to be an actual image, and that will represent. So for example, here we have a split caption. And so they don't have to worry about actually rendering that interpreting that as an XML tag. They just, here's the image. And of course, a lot of people always ask me about speech recognition for real-time captioning. That is possible. There's a lot of speech recognition. It's nothing new, but it was never really designed for closed captioning. Speech recognition. Speech to text was designed for dictation. So what happens is you speak what you want to say, and then when you stop speaking, then it flushes that paragraph to your Word document. Well, that doesn't really work for captioning because there's not enough real estate to put an entire paragraph up on the screen. at the same time you put the video. And not only that, but it's going to block the whole video. So there are now ways to modify the SDK for certain speech engines to be able to take advantage of sending the text word by word, which is what is closer to what you're seeing on the screens here. When someone's typing word by word, you're getting word by word, and that's why you don't have the entire screen full of text. So there is ways to do that. Luckily now computers are much faster, so you really need a computer that has a lot of speed to be able to handle that. I do have a demonstration of that in the library. Later, anyone would like to see that, you're more than welcome to. I also have a demonstration of capturing live television for the air and analyzing that MPEG-2 data and converting it to different file formats. So the goal is to edit, compress, repurpose, and automate video workflows for the web without losing captions. It's not just convert. You have to be able to do all of these above and probably more to really take your television video feed with captions and put it on the web. And if you want to know more, please go ahead and send me an email. I'll be happy to answer any questions right now. Yes?
On the software translating the verbal to text. On software for translating verbal to text, what accuracy rates are you seeing, or are you even researching that?
The answer is yes, we are researching it. We're constantly trying to, make it better. It's not at all as good as having someone typing it, because someone typing it can do all the punctuation properly. And but what it can do is the accuracy of the actual words can really be up there, and really with very little training. If anyone that has a
training
training
to a particular voice.
Sure. So if I train it for like 10 minutes, I can get up to 95% accurate.
Right. And do you have a cutoff rate, like a personal cutoff rate for what's good enough? Do you allow yourself a 1%, 2%, 3%, 5% error before you think it's good enough?
For me, my personal opinion is if it's 95% and above, it's ready for prime time. But if you're talking about like a 20% accuracy, drop from 100, say 80% accurate, that's not good enough at all. Mm-hmm. If you take 20% of everything I said today during this presentation, you won't be able to understand my thoughts wouldn't make any sense.
And I'd argue that the good enough for prime time is closer to 3 or 2%, but that would be a conversation to have in the library, right?
Sure. I think that the good news is that every year the voice model improves. So by my estimates, in the next, probably in 5 years, we would get to the point where we say, okay, well, this is something that's a truly viable alternative if there's no court reporter available. But I could also argue this, that think about all the different presentations that are happening in the world today. There's just not enough court reporters to go around. And, it takes years to learn to do that. So really, I should have the ability to caption my own talk if I'm the one presenting. It is not the kind of thing where you can just connect the mode box from, and expect it to do well. It doesn't work like that. You have to train it to get the accuracy you want. Okay. Anyone else?
With the QuickTime movies that you mentioned, with the QuickTime you mentioned the caption lives as a track. Is that codec dependent, or does that change based on what codec is actually wrapped in the movie?
No, it's not codec dependent. Because it's in the wrapper, it can be any codec or any resolution. We had what I want to make clear though is that unfortunately video servers are codec dependent, and they're also caption protocol dependent. So we had situations where, say for example, someone was using an XDCAM codec, MOV, and we were able to add that caption track, no problem. QuickTime was able to see it. You could do a quality control. You could play out to a TV. It would be there. But the moment they put it on the server wanted the captions in the user data. It ignored the captions that were in that track. So as far as the technology, because it's in the wrapper, it can be any codec or resolution. But the real question is the delivery mechanism you're using going to support that caption track? That's not clear, and although more and more are starting to support it, it's not something that is very, it's not very obvious. And one more thing about that is we have clients who are asked to deliver a certain codec for broadcast television and for internet delivery, and they're unsure how to send the captions. They're not sure how they should encapsulate it or what kind of captions, because there's so many different ways to do it. That's not necessarily related to your question. I just thought I'd mention that.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it's 10 of 12. Let me review what's going to happen next. We're going to go into a break, and this break is a longer break. It includes lunch. The lunch will be here at 12:15. It was graciously provided by the Mobile Manufacturers Forum. So that'll be here about 12:15. So what we're going to do is take our usual break, starting at very close to 12 o'clock. Uma and I, talking about the Accessibility Clearinghouse and the data, will be in the mobile apps room that's straight back all the way. And the closed captioning will also be straight back, and they will be in the multimedia room. So I guess it's actually the apps room, the mobile apps, and then it's the multimedia room in back of that, I think. Anyway, so straight back the back, and we'll start that in about 8 minutes at 12 o'clock. At 12:15, the pizza lunch will be here. I'm not sure. What is lunch today? Pizza? The pizza will be here for lunch. I also, of course, want to direct people to be able to go to the tech center. You are not allowed to take pizza into our library, however. And I think that's it. So thank you for the morning. Stay for the afternoon. And we're getting ready to go to lunch. Hello, everyone. We're back from lunch, and our next. This is very exciting. Our next two speakers, we've got Oracle America, and followed by Google, and I'm very interested to hear this presentation. And Mark Sviets is the Senior Software Development Manager, and he's going to be showing some tools that Oracle has for building highly accessible websites. One of the themes of this event has been about driving the accessibility away from testing and into the development process itself. And I'm excited that we've been seeing a theme across the presentations of tools that are helping developers while they're preparing the websites and helping content people while they're creating the content. So we're going to continue on that theme. Mark?
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, my name is Mark Sviets. I'm a development manager for Oracle Application Express. We are part of the Oracle database group. And my team and I are responsible for building, or for accessibility in our products in Oracle Application Express, making sure that our product, our UI is accessible, and also making sure that the software that our customers build with our tools, that they're also accessible, so help and guide our customers in building accessible applications on their own. I Started with Oracle in 1998 in consulting in Germany, moved to New York in 1999, and I've been with this group here now for over 10 years. This is our standard safe harbor statement. All the products I'm going to cover are available. It's all there. In the end, I have a little bit of outlook of what we are working on in terms of accessibility in the future, and that applies to that. It may or may not change. So here's my agenda. I want to give a brief overview of what Oracle is. How many of you are familiar with Oracle? Anyone using Oracle products, database? All right, good. Any development tools, Java tools? Anyone heard about Apex, Application Express? All right, good. So I'm going to give an overview of what Apex is, and then give an overview of accessibility as it applies to us and what we do in our group. Then I want to talk about the process that we use in building accessible applications, specifically in Application Express and in general. Give you a demonstration of our product and how you can build accessible applications. And part of that demonstration is going to be a brief pre-built demonstration of running our applications through JAWS. And after that, I'm going to go back to the slides and talk a little bit about testing and what we plan to do in the future. So a few statistics on Oracle. We have 370,000 customers in 145 countries. We have over 100,000 employees. 30,000 of them are developers and engineers. 15,000 support employees. So pretty large company. Lots of business with the government, of course. I spend a lot of time working for many state agencies in Chicago and New York and New Jersey. So our product, Application Express, is thankfully very popular, especially in the government, and I'll get to that later. We have a wide variety of products. Whoops, that's a bit too fast here. We are up here, right-hand corner, database. That's where our product is located. But of course, we have other products, middleware, with the Sun acquisition, hardware, Oracle applications, CM software, ERP software, and we are in pretty much any industry, every industry, and just listing here a few. And Oracle is very committed to accessibility. Statement from our president and CFO, Safra Katz. Oracle is committed to creating accessible technologies and products that enhance the real-world workplace environment and contribute to the productivity of our employees, our customers, and our customers' customers. And that last part here is especially relevant for us, building a tool that our customers use to build software for their customers. All right, so Application Express. Application Express is a browser-based development tool that is built into the Oracle database. So if you're an Oracle database customer, you already are licensed to use this tool. It's available with the database. It's available online on apex.oracle.com. It's going to be available on our new cloud service. And again, as a customer, as an Apex, as a database customer, you're already licensed to use this tool. It's browser-based, so if you want to build applications with Apex, all you need is a web browser, Safari, Chrome, IE, Firefox, and that's it. You build applications through the browser window, you deploy applications to other systems through the browser window, and you run your applications through a browser or through your mobile devices and other devices. Apex, other than many other tools that we have in Oracle, is not based in Java. So it's primarily targeted at developers who have an Oracle background, Oracle Forms, SQL, PL SQL. Those customers are very familiar with the concepts that we have in Apex, declarative development, point and click, wizard-driven development. So that's our main target audience for Apex, long-time Oracle customers who had a forms background, SQL, and PL/SQL background. Apex runs inside the Oracle database. And like I talked about, it's accessible through a web browser. And what customers typically do, they set up one or multiple Apex instances in their organizations, and then customers or employees can go to that site and sign up for service. Apex is multi-tenant enabled, so you can have multiple development services on a single database instance. And just a very brief architecture overview. Again, Apex sits inside the database. There is no middle tier in the sense of what you would find with Java or JTT applications. There's what we call an Apex listener, which sits on a middle tier server, passing through your requests from a web browser to the database. All right, I'm going to give you a demonstration of Application Express a little bit later on. First off, a little bit on web accessibility, what it means to build accessible web applications. And the number one goal of doing that is, of course, equal access. We want to ensure that all our users and customers are able to use our software and our services. So equal access for people with and without disability is our goal here. And specifically that means our applications, our web pages need to be perceivable by everyone. A blind person needs to be able to use a screen reader to read our UI, our IDE, as well as the applications that we are building. Our pages need to be operable by anyone. So if you can't use a mouse, it needs to be keyboard accessible. And it needs to be understandable. Just by running a screen reader on a web page doesn't make it understandable to a blind person. So we need to structure our IDE as well as the applications that we are generating in a way that a screen reader can make sense of the structure and communicate that to a person who can't read the screen. And our applications need to be robust. They need to run on all kinds of web browsers, as well as mobile devices and other assisted technologies. So why is it important? There are, of course, a lot of laws that I'm sure you're familiar with. Inside Oracle, we have our own policies. So I'm going to switch over here real quick. I have those links in my slides. This is our Oracle's accessibility philosophy and policy. And the guidelines or standards that we code to is our OGHAG, our Oracle Global HTML Accessibility Guidelines. So all our products undergo OGHAG testing, and then we're publishing VPATs along with our products. And so any product that gets released needs to go through this testing according to these standards first. All right. And again, why is it important? Of course, it also makes good business sense. 16% of the population has some sort of disability, and the number is growing with people getting older and so on. And again, with a product like Application Express, you're building software that our customers use to build their software, which may be targeted at the general public. So we're not just talking about developers inside Oracle or developers at our customers. It's the kind of websites and products they're building with Apex that also need to be accessible. And just to point out a few examples, the Oracle Cloud was built with Oracle Application Express. So this is one of the sites, besides our products itself, that we are responsible for to make sure that they are accessible. So this site needs to be accessible through a screen reader, and things like our videos down here, they need to provide captioning. And with Apex, we try to help the developers of this site to build the site to our accessibility standards, and then also help with the testing. Another site that's open to the public is the Oracle online store, shop.oracle.com, also built with Oracle Application Express, and of course the same guidelines and standards apply to that site as it did to the store and to Apex itself. Okay, going back to my slides here. So building for accessibility, I'm a member of the development team, so I'm kind of up here on the upper left-hand corner. I'm an implementer, I'm a developer, but we are working with lots of other groups. We're working with Oracle Support Group, Help Desk. They need to be made aware of the accessibility features that we built into Application Express and our other products. They need to be able to diagnose problems reported by customers with accessibility, so we need to provide them with the same tools that we use to test and ensure accessibility. We have our standards that I talked about, the OGHAG standards in Oracle. We also need to work with our training groups and Oracle University to make them aware of what we do in terms of accessibility and provide them with the right equipment to actually teach that. So they need to have the software, JAWS, screen reader, other software that they can use to teach accessible use of Oracle Application Express and other products. So Oracle's accessibility guidelines and the process that we use to build accessible applications. Quite often we kind of see that accessibility testing be done at the very last moment, just shortly before we want to release a product. Someone starts accessibility testing, and of course then it's typically too late. We can't get approval for our products to be released without a valid VPAT being published. So in Oracle Application Express, we started years ago to really start building for accessibility right at the design point through development, working with documentation and testing to make sure our product is accessible. And specifically that means that the building blocks that we build into Apex, like the HTML templates, the code that is emitted by our engine, is aware of accessibility, is built and tested for accessibility. So when you as a developer steps through our product, you pick templates, you pick certain components, and you can be certain that these components have been tested before. So when you run the application that you built, those templates and those components will automatically take care of structuring your page in a way that it's accessible through a screen reader. They will take care of making sure that you can switch like in an accessible mode, in a screen reader mode, that you can switch into a high contrast mode, and things like that without you as a developer having to worry about that too much during development. Of course, you still need to do accessibility testing in the end, but just by using our framework and staying within the framework, you can be fairly sure that what comes out will be accessible. Of course, Apex provides ways to build custom code, custom HTML, and then of course you're on your own, so everything that you build in terms of custom code, you need to do your own testing. So how does it all apply to Apex? I already touched on the templates. So in Apex, what you're building are HTML, HTML5 applications. The front end of Apex is browser-based, HTML-based, and the same applies to the application that you're building. And when you're building like a report or a form or a button or a chart, you choose what kind of template you want to use. And Apex provides you with a large number of templates that we bundle in what we call a theme. A number of our themes have been undergoing accessibility testing. So specifically this theme 21 underwent thorough accessibility testing. So if you use that theme and that set of templates to build your applications, then the end product should be very close to being accessible. Another advantage in using Application Express is that it's very declarative. You step through wizards, and in those wizards you define headings, labels, report column headings, region headings, all these text strings that are later on going to be displayed in your UI are going to be defined declaratively. They're going to be stored in metadata, in tables, in the database. So when you run your application, you see your headings and you see your labels, but there's also going to be a lot of HTML generated for you that is only going to be picked up by screen readers, or that's only going to be picked up by certain software to make sense of the structure of your page. So they're going to be hidden names for regions, they're going to be title attributes for images, all the kind of attributes that you don't necessarily see, but that are there for screen readers to make sense of. And then we have accessibility modes in Application Express. That means that certain components just are not accessible on their own. Like a flash chart, a screen reader can't make sense of that flash chart. So what we did instead is we introduced a screen reader mode, and if you have that screen reader mode enabled, then that chart is rendered as a report, and the screen reader can read that information to you. Similar with high contrast mode, especially when you're using Windows and Internet Explorer, you can switch Windows into high contrast mode. And a fairly common problem with that is that if you have web pages that make a lot of use of CSS and background images, you can end up with those images not being shown on your screen, because in high contrast mode they're just blacked out. So if you have a bunch of icons on top of your screen, all of a sudden you can't see them anymore in high contrast mode. So what we did there is we have this high contrast mode in Apex that actually turns all these buttons into text links. So you get a little box with a text description, and that tells you what that button is going to be used for when running in high contrast mode. We're also adapting modern standards, HTML5 and VARIA, for our templates and our UI. And just a few links here. One that I already pointed to, the Apex accessibility statement can be found over here. So this is our Oracle Voluntary Product Accessibility Template, our VPAT for Apex, Apex 4.1, our current release. And this lays out everything that we've done in terms of accessibility testing, and also the kind of issues that we have. So there are certain components in Apex that are not accessible yet. Like we have a component called the SQL Workshop, which is a tool that you would use to query your database, to write PL SQL code, to build queries. And that's not accessible. But for every component that is not accessible, we typically provide an alternative. So in the case of the SQL Workshop module, that would be our SQL developer tool. All right, let's take a look at Application Express. So this is the UI of Application Express. That's our home screen. That's basically the IDE. If you're familiar with like JDeveloper or other tools, you would start a program and you would start an IDE and start developing. With Apex, you open your web browser and you go to the URL of your Apex instance, and then you start developing here. There's the application builder, SQL Workshop, team development, and administration. And when building applications, you use the application builder. Just hit create, and you start building, well, in this example, a database application. So what I want to build is an application, a web application, on our employees table with a report and a form, a tabular form like a multi-row edit form, and a chart. And I want to build this application accessible. So I want to make sure that this application can be used by a screen reader, can be used keyboard only, can be used in high contrast mode. So I'm starting right here, calling this, as you see, demo app. And here I can select what kind of components I want to build, my home page. And to this home page, I'm going to add a report and form on the employees table. All right. And then I also want to add a tabular form. A tabular form is a grid edit or multi-row edit page. Again, I'm going to do that on the emp table. And then lastly, I want to add a chart. Let's make that a 3D pie chart. And let's just copy and paste a query here. Okay, adding another page. So that's it. That's my application. Number of pages, some reports, some forms, some charts. Let's go ahead and create this. Create the application. And that's it. So I didn't really do too much development specifically for accessibility because I already knew that my templates are going to be accessible and that I have these different modes available to me. So I'm going to run my application. There's my login screen. All right, so there's my application. Let's just take a look. There's a report on this employee data. I have employee number, name, job, manager, hire date, salary, commission. I have a number of rows showing employee data with edit links that allow me to drill down and edit my employee data right here. Edit my one employee, in this case Alan. Edit the job description, the salary, the hire date, then apply my changes and go back. I can also choose to go to my tabular form and edit my data in here. And then lastly, I can go to my chart over here and look at this chart. So now, can I hook up audio? Can I? Audio for my... Oh, this, okay. All right, so I pre-built the application earlier, and here is how that application looks like using a screen reader.
Firefox, username edit, type in text. FCC, tab, password edit, star, tab, login button, enter, employee report Mozilla Firefox, employee
so this
report
is using
Mozilla
JAWS,
Firefox,
and JAWS
frame,
reads my page.
Landmarks, 1 heading and 20 links. Links list.ss, set screen reader mode on, enter, employee report
So the window that just popped up was basically looking at all the links and all the components in my page and popping up this windows for easier navigation. So that list is going to be read to you, and you can directly jump to where you want to go.
Mozilla Firefox summary : landmarks dialog, navigation, main, content info, and navigation, enter, employee report, list of 3 items, link form and report, link tabular form, link charts.
So now we're talking about the different tabs over here that take you to my report here, my tabular form, and then my charts page. And that kind of illustrates how our pages need to be structured in a way that a screen reader can make sense of it. If it just randomly reads down the page, no one will be able to understand that.
Heading list dialog, headings list view, employee report : 1 of 1. To move to items, use the arrow keys. Enter, employee report heading level 1. Table with 8 columns and 14 rows. Region equals employee report. Report equals primary default. View equals report. Displayed rows start equals 1. Displayed rows end equals 13.
And what's hard to tell right now is that a lot of the elements in this report actually have that information embedded. So the headings, the rows, when a screen reader reads through these rows, then you would actually pick up like manager, hire date, and so on, and read to you what row you're actually looking at. So we have something called a row header, which can be defined for this report as well as our tabular forms. So as you have the screen reader strap the row, you can choose to have the screen reader tell you what row you're actually on, what employee number or what employee name you're actually on.
Total rows equals 13. Column 1, row 1. Link clickable. Link graphic edit : Jones. Link graphic edit : Ward. Row 3. Name Ward. Column 2. Job salesman. Column 3. Select a form field dialog. List 1 list view. Search report edit 1 of 4. To move to items use the arrow keys. Enter. Search report edit. Type in text. G. Tab. Go button. And alert processing request. Table with 8 columns and 2 rows. Region equals employee report. Report equals primary default. View equals report. Displayed rows start equals 1. Displayed rows end equals 1. Total rows equals 1. Column 1, row 1. Link clickable. Link graphic edit : King. Row 2. Enter. Link. Column 1, row 2. Edit : King link. Edit employee -Mozilla Firefox. Edit employee -Mozilla Firefox.
So we've seen how you can search our interactive reports and then get one row back and then drill down to that report and start editing that report. And here the screen reader starts reading to you all the fields. Some of these fields are required, so it will tell you what fields are required, like that asterisk indicating required fields. We also have the option to provide help text for these items, so you can automatically include a link here. And then the screen reader would also tell you there's a link on that field or on that label, and you can enable that link, and then, for a sighted user, a window would pop up with a help text, and when using a screen reader, the screen reader would read to you the help text that applies to this field. Let's skip a little bit ahead here.
Valid entry manager job Mozilla Firefox. List of 3 items.
So now I want to go to this grid edit page, the tabular form.
Link form and report. Link tabular form. Enter tabular form link. Edit multiple employees -Mozilla Firefox. Edit multiple employees -Mozilla Firefox. Frame. Edit multiple employees page. Heading list dialog. List view. Edit multiple employees : to escape. Edit multiple employees -Mozilla Firefox. Edit multiple employees. Select a form field dialog. List.
So here's what the screen reader can read to you. What kind of buttons do you have in this tabular form? What kind of fields do you have? Again, name, job, department, salary, and so on. But in this case, of course, it's multi-row edit. So when you look through this list here, you will see that for salary, we also include the employee name, Jones in this case, and that's our row header, so that as you go through that list, you are able to tell what row you're on. So when you want to edit some salary information, you are told what employee you're actually editing, what employee is associated with that salary field.
New cancel button 1 of 76. To move to items, use the arrow keys. S submit button S select S salary : Jones edit 1600. Enter. Edit multiple employees. Edit end. Lang 0. Salary : Jones edit 160. Escape. Virtual P. Select a form field dialog. S select S salary : Ward edit 1250.
Okay, jumping ahead one more time here.
Landmarks dialog. Salary chart. Read navigation. Perform.
And I want to take a look at the chart.
Enter. Charts link. Salary chart dash.
So this chart here, it doesn't actually look like a chart. It's a report on the salary data. So you get all your employee names and you get all the employee values. And you're seeing this information because you have the screen reader enabled in this case.
Mozilla Firefox, salary chart dash Mozilla Firefox, frame, salary chart, page has 3 landmarks, 1 heading and 6 links, salary chart list, landmarks dialog, main, enter, salary chart, landmark region, heading level 2 salary chart, summary salary chart dash series 1.
I'm just going to jump back to my version of this application now. So there's a chart that we saw as a report. And now this is, of course, not accessible. Give me 1 second. All right, so there's my chart again. And down there on the left-hand side is the set screen reader mode on and set screen reader mode off link. So as I toggle this link down here, my chart toggles between a report and a chart. And going back up here to my interactive report, well, actually, let me go back to my IDE. And that's actually best shown using Internet Explorer. So I'm going to bring up this page through Internet Explorer, if I can find it. There you go. So now I'm going to put my browser here, my screen here into high contrast mode. And running this again, you see that some of the information that you previously saw got lost. Like you click on the application builder, those icons over here, they don't make all that much sense anymore. So for this reason, we introduced a high contrast mode. So when I switch here to high contrast mode and go back to this page, then instead of seeing icons, I now see the text labels for these icons. So this is just one example of where our high contrast mode and screen reader modes kick in. There's certainly, or there are probably more elegant ways to deal with situations like this. So one of our goals for future versions of Apex is to make these modes unnecessary, at least in the IDE. We will continue having these modes for our end-user applications, but we really would like to come up with concepts that make it much easier to toggle between the high contrast mode or to have these icons be visible in high contrast mode. All right, going back to my slides here, our testing strategy. So what do we do in terms of testing? Well, first thing, we test our themes, we test our templates. So when you are building applications with Apex, you can choose to use templates and themes that already have been tested for accessibility. And then we typically cover the most common pages and sample a few other pages to make sure it's all accessible. And as long as we know that these pages have been built within our framework, within the constraints of our framework, then we can be fairly sure that those pages will be accessible. We can also check our metadata and identify pages that have custom code. So for those pages, we need to go in one by one and perform testing for those pages. And since Apex applications are completely metadata driven, the definition of an Apex application sits in database tables instead of code files. We can actually run queries against our metadata and identify possible accessibility problems in that metadata, basically the source code of our applications. So what kind of testing do? We do keyboard-only testing. That's one of the first things we do, and we actually do unplug our mouse. We use automated tools. We have a toolbar that helps us identify contrast issues, that helps us identify issues with the structure of our page. And then we use JAWS and other screen readers and assistive technology to do testing. We do work with persons, employees that actually have disabilities to have them perform the testing. And we do our color contrast testing, similar to what I just did for this one page. And then we roll it out to our test users to have them try it out and provide us with feedback if they are able to use our product. Like I talked about, we need to make sure that our testing is valid. Put the mouse away, turn off the monitor, just try to use our applications with a screen reader for a while. And then, of course, we talk to others on our team and outside about our testing procedures and processes to make them aware of what we do and what they should be doing when they're building applications with our tool. All right, our future. We are planning to publish a paper on our standards specifically for Apex, and we want to further adapt these standards via ARIA, HTML5, use jQuery 1.9 to better structure our pages, and perform further auditing of our metadata.
Mark, I'd like to ask a question of how well are users who are using Apex adopting or aware of the accessibility components that you've built in?
Well, I think it really depends on the customer. If they are aware of accessibility issues and standards, they tend to do that. For example, we work with the government in the UK, and they are very well aware of what it takes to build accessibility applications. They actually have one employee that works with us on our testing, who's actually coming with us to larger conferences and presenting things like that with us. And he's a blind person, and he's actually showing you how to build applications with Apex with the tools that I just demonstrated. So they are very well aware. Other customers really depends on the culture and the company.
Thank you. Are there other questions that we have? Okay, I see a couple questions. I'm going to bring the mic around. I'm bringing the mic to you, Paul. You got it?
Yes, I have a couple questions that your presentation raised in my mind. One is, as you know, Section 508 has a wide scope of requirements, some of which one might argue include, let us say, functional performance testing and outcome with use of a screen reader or a braille display. But actually, that's 1/6 of 31A through F. And then a lot of the technical requirements don't mention the screen reader per se. Certainly some of them fall under non-visual access. But the emphasis of a screen reader, as we know, screen readers vary in their, just like browsers.
Paul, are you saying that it seems that the testing is oriented to screen readers versus other requirements?
Certainly that's one interpretation of some of my questions or concerns. You also mentioned, and I heard in your demo, that there's a screen reader mode. Again, at least the federal government and at least 22 states that have 508 as their requirements have all the 508 requirements, and they don't say, well, this should be a 508 application, and this is, application that doesn't meet the 508 requirements. So that's another concern. Anyway, I have some others, but I'll give other people a chance to ask their questions, and you a chance to respond to some of my concerns.
Oh, sure. So starting with the screen reader mode, that doesn't mean that we are building two types of applications or two types of pages. The screen reader mode applies to components like if you have a page like a dashboard page with a few reports and a few charts, then what the screen reader mode does is that it automatically turns the chart into a report that can be read by a screen reader. So that's more of a shortcoming of the charting technology that we're using, that the chart can't be read by a screen reader automatically. But really the page is the same, the code basis is the same, and as a developer, you don't build a 508 version and a standard version, you build one version, and some of the components that we use, like charts, for example, or our tree view, are rendered in a different way to make them more easy to interpret by a screen reader. And then regarding the question about whether we just do screen reader testing, surely my focus was on screen reader and what we do to support that. But then there's also the high contrast considerations. In some cases, it requires that high contrast mode. In other cases, it's just part of our normal design process to make sure that we don't design our applications in shades of gray, that we do perform high contrast testing and use our toolbars to make sure that we have appropriate contrast between like background colors and foreground colors. We also have tools and features built in to make sure that our applications are keyboard accessible, so that you can tap through an application, that you can reach all the controls through tap. So there's that kind of testing going on. So there are a number of testing or a number of accessibility requirements that we try to meet, and a number of different tests that we perform, and not all of them apply to just a screen reader.
All right, we're going to take the next question.
I am very fascinated by your product because my agency has a lot of data, and so I was just wondering if you had an example of an organization or agency that parses a lot of large amounts of data, and if this could fit into an existing CMS.
Well, I don't have any specific examples, but what's important to understand about our product is that it's just a UI to the Oracle database. So whatever you already do in the Oracle database can very easily be exposed through the Apex UI. If you want to have specific customer references, I'd be happy to give you my card and point you to our product.
Are you finding a particular type of industry or a particular type of company or use case that moves towards the Apex versus another scenario? Is there a given use case where you see a lot of popularity of the Apex product?
Well, it's two areas that I would mention specifically. One is large companies, especially government agencies that have a large pool of Oracle developers, SQL developers, PL/SQL developers that are very familiar with the technology that we use in Apex, as opposed to having to learn new technologies like .NET or Java. So there's that. That's where we kind of
so you're seeing traction a lot among where there's a focus of, or where there's a concentration of database developers who are working with Oracle applications, and now they have an ability to make a web-based application to work with the data very quickly from the products they're familiar with.
That's right, yeah, that's certainly the case.
And the second, you said there was another?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes to your point. The second area is really customers who do have a lot of data and who do have a lot of pre-built business logic in the database, because really Apex is installed alongside your data inside the database. So if you have a lot of data to kind of go through and to analyze and to report on and to build charts on, then Apex is kind of ideal because it sits in the database. When you run a query, it's already in the database. You don't go from the middle tier to the database and back and forth and back and forth.
So I'm going to follow up on Lisa's question, because I think that many agencies might have made one choice on the website of what they're using for a web interface, or may have a legacy web environment, and they may suddenly want to incorporate some data that they have. Is there the ability to easily incorporate out of Apex into another content management system or something, or even if just to create something out of Apex and then include that as a widget inside of an existing CMS? Or is it a binary choice?
No, it's certainly very open. We support a number of different authentication schemes. So if you have some like Oracle applications or some CMS systems that use LDAP or single sign-on or something, that can be integrated with Apex, so you can seamlessly go from one web page to another without really seeing that you leave one product and go to another.
But you're still going from one product to another.
In this case, you do. But then there's also support for different types of web services.
Oh, there is.
To integrate with like some APIs. There's
right. So
support for
using the. So you haven't mentioned that, but that would be particularly interesting. That the Apex product, rather than just creating a web page, you could use that product to create a web feed.
That's right. It goes both ways. So we have the ability to build a UI on top of feeds. So you can subscribe to a SOAP feed, to a REST feed, and build forms and reports on top of that.
Right.
And then we also introduced in Apex 4.2 at Open World this year the ability to publish your SQL and PL/SQL procedures and query results as RESTful web service out to other systems.
I would certainly highlight that in future presentations, because that's a particular path where if I could go to my Oracle group here and say, hey, just go give me some data feeds using this Apex tool, and I suddenly get data feeds, that would be a huge boon.
Yeah, no, that's totally possible.
Okay, that's great. Are there any other, we have another question?
It's not really a question, it's more of a comment about testing methods, because the testing can be very challenging for deaf and hard of hearing developers. I know personally it's not been very easy, but I just wanted to tell you that there is a way, specifically on Apple and Macintosh, if you turn on VoiceOver, there is an option you can select to turn on captioning for VoiceOver, which is a great way for deaf and hard of hearing developers to test VoiceOver or screen reader capabilities. So I can actually see both the windows that I'm testing and the captioning of that. It does not require you to turn off your screen entirely. You can test it while you're looking at the screen and see the captioning of the VoiceOver.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually kind of started, we've been doing a lot of JAWS testing, but I started using the VoiceOver on my Mac to do my own testing, and this would have been this demo here. So this is, no, I can't hear.
Password, secure edit text.
Anyhow, this is my screen reader testing with the Mac VoiceOver. So I'm certainly not fluent in the Mac VoiceOver, but it's something we picked up doing, that I've been doing in particular for the last couple of weeks to kind of test our current release using the Mac VoiceOver. But there's a lot more for me to learn to be fluent in that.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Sure.
Is Google in the house? Oh, there it is. Okay. Do you guys need to plug anything in?
Mark, sorry, I came just a little late. I'm Jamal. Thanks so much.
Sure.
I really liked your presentation.
Thank you.
Our next presentation will be from Google. The speakers are Adam Koch and Roman Nurek. They are developer advocates at Google, and they'll be speaking about what's new and important in Android.
Nothing happened.
Nothing came out. Yeah. It's only with the errors.
Okay, should we try it?
Yeah.
It's a PDF though, can you
Yeah.
That's
fine, just call it a PDF.
Yeah.
Does it have Bill?
It's a screenshot by screenshot. Yeah. It doesn't work off Airs. It doesn't work off MacBook Airs.
Do you guys need to copy it off through PDF?
This is fun.
For some reason, Airbooks have not worked with us.
It's really interesting.
Yes. It's made it a challenge.
I think you might have a virus on this thing. My virus manager just picked up something.
I'm surprised. It's been used for everybody.
I don't think it's going to work.
You didn't copy? You didn't copy?
I did copy.
This one. Actually, that's wrong too, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. It's kind of slide by slide. So.
Good, yep. Just hit next. There you go.
All right. Hi everyone. Sorry about that. I guess MacBook Airs do not like the system here. Hi everyone. My name is Adam Kosh. This is Roman Urich. We work on the Android developer relations team at Google. Our team is responsible for working with external partners, developers, and the development community who are building Android apps to essentially get high quality, good apps into the Google Play Store. So we sort of try and work towards developers building apps that conform to our sort of best practices and design guidelines. And in doing that, it helps accessibility and helps apps sort of be more accessible to users. I wanted to, first of all, a bit of a disclaimer. This presentation is not specific to accessibility. It's really about the Android ecosystem and what's new in Android at the moment. What we're going to do is try and point out different points that are relevant to accessibility as we go. I should also mention you can follow both of us on Google+. There's a fairly active development community for Android on Google+, a lot of good code tips, a lot of interesting information. We have some more information on resources at the end of the presentation. So the three main topics we wanted to cover, Jelly Bean, which is the latest Android operating system version. It's API level 16. And sorry, just one step back first. If you are interested specifically in the accessibility features of Android, David Chandler, who's also on our team, did a presentation yesterday, and the slides are available there. So that has a lot more information specifically on the accessibility features of Android. So back to this, the three main topics are Jelly Bean, the latest operating system version, Nexus 7, which is a new tablet device that we put out very recently, and then a few sort of interesting end-user updates to the Android platform. So one of the sort of key focuses of Jelly Bean Android 4.1 was a project called Project Butter. This sort of aimed at going under the hood of the Android operating system and just making everything a little bit smoother, a little bit faster, a little bit more responsive to users. So how does this fit in with accessibility? I guess when it comes to best practices for building Android apps, what we generally recommend is to make your apps fast and responsive to users so they aren't left waiting with various information still loading. In particular, we were actually discussing this in the room yesterday around the corner. Things like throwing up a loading symbol for quite a long time while a network request goes on is generally not something we recommend when building Android apps. Rather than sort of blocking the user so they can't do anything or so that they're waiting, we would recommend sort of throwing an inline loading icon somewhere on the screen instead and leaving the UI accessible to the user. For those of you who don't know, Google actually has an annual conference called Google I/O for developers. It was earlier this year in summer. A lot of these topics are actually covered there more in depth. What we did is we put little annotations on these slides which point to presentations on YouTube where you can go and watch those presentations from Google I/O. Yeah, they're fully captioned, and they actually have a really great interactive transcript feature on YouTube where you can go and see sort of time by time and piece by piece what happened in the presentation. You can search for different keywords, so if there's a particular topic you're interested in, you can sort of jump directly to that piece in the video. So in particular about Project Butter, there's a presentation called For Butter or Worse that covers more in depth the changes that we made to the operating system. Notifications. So Android has always had a fantastic notification system. This is the system where you see little icons at the top of the screen which notify of interesting events going on in on your device. In Jelly Bean, we introduced additional functionality to these notifications. It's called expandable notifications. So the previous size for a notification was 64 DP units. These are density independent pixels, so it's the same size across all devices. And what you could do is include sort of a short snippet of information. So, the subject from an email or the first bit of text from an SMS. In Jelly Bean, we've actually expanded these notifications so you can hold more information in them. It's 4 times the size when they're expanded, or 256 density independent pixels. And they actually expand and collapse based on the system sort of deciding which notification is more important. We have this priority system for these notifications, which is really a hint to the system UI saying, I believe my notification for this application is either extremely important or not as important. So, for example, an SMS might have a high priority because it's quite an urgent message that the user might want to read. On the other hand, something like weather might have a minimum priority. You don't really need to sort of see weather in your system tray all the time. And what happens is when you set a minimum priority on a notification is that it may not even show the icon in the notification panel. When you pull the notification panel down, it may then show you the weather. But yeah, these are just hints to the system. So the system may change the behavior of how these work in the future. One thing I did want to note was that the great thing about the expandable notifications is you can actually include a lot more content in the notification. This is really good when the talkback accessibility mode is enabled because you can actually almost have the entire email contents read to you directly from the notification. Normally you'd have to tap into the notification and then do it from there and then go back to whatever you were doing before. You could be in the middle of something else entirely. You could be reading a web page, and then you can access the notification panel and have that email read to you right there, and even dismiss it from the notification panel. I will say that at the moment, only the top notification is expanded, so it doesn't apply to the notifications below that, but the team is definitely interested in sort of making these notifications even more powerful as they go forward. In terms of development, there is a helper class called notification.builder, which really helps you build these sort of richer notifications. For those of you who are Android developers, and I don't know if there's a ton of actual engineers here who work on Android development, but there's a helper class in the support library called notification compat, which helps you build notifications that are backward compatible through earlier versions of Android. You won't get the expandable notifications functions in earlier versions, but it means you can just write the functions once using this helper class, and it'll automatically take advantage of it on systems which have the latest version of the operating system. Another new feature of these notifications is the sort of concept of styles for notifications. So there's a few inbuilt system styles. One of them is big text style, and these are included in the helper class to build these notifications. Perfect for an email. You can include a large chunk of text. It actually truncates it at a certain point, but if you have the screen reader mode on, it'll actually go through almost the whole email as long as the app developer includes the information in the notification. Another style is inbox style. It's for summarizing sort of multiple notifications that can be combined for a particular application. So you might receive several emails, and you can't show them all in the notification panel, so it shows you a summary of the different notifications. In this case, it's a bunch of different SMS messages, or emails rather. And finally, there's big picture style. It allows you to include a large sort of graphical image. The nice thing is that you can also do fully custom notifications. These are just standard Android views, so the points that David Chandler covered yesterday in his presentation apply here. You can attach a content description to these, and that way the screen reader can know what sits behind them and it can read it out to you. There's a talk from Google I/O. It's called What's New in Android that covers this a little bit more in depth. Oh yes, buttons. So something that's not pictured here, but you can also include buttons directly in the notification, so you can take action on that particular notification as well. So you could archive or delete an email directly from the notification. You could, I think in Google Plus, you can +1 or reshare the post in a social network situation. And the really nice thing is, again, you could be doing something else on your device, reading a web page or some other activity, and you can do all of this directly from the notification panel without leaving that application. So in terms of Google's APIs and services that are attached to Android, there's two main ones I wanted to point out. One is Google Cloud Messaging, which is our way of sending push messages down to devices. I don't think anything specifically relates to accessibility here, but generally for any applications being developed, if you want to get information down to the device in a very real-time manner, that's the best way to do it. This is a graduated product from something called C2DM, or Cloud to Device Messaging, which is a beta version of that was released about a year ago. And then the second thing is Google Play Services. This is something new that's not been released quite yet, but should be very soon. It's access to a bunch of different Google services on that Android device. And it's a library that will be pushed down to devices back to the Android Froyo version. And it will eventually allow access from an application to a sort of broad array of Google services. In the initial version, I think it's going to be Google Plus OAuth 2, so you can authenticate using your Google credentials. And then the one I wanted to point out here was YouTube. I don't know if this is going to be present in the first version, but it should be coming in a future version. Basically, it allows you to directly embed the YouTube player from the YouTube application into your application. What does this get you? This gets you the sort of rich YouTube player playing videos from YouTube without the user leaving your application, but it also gets you the great closed captioning support that is included in YouTube. So, for example, if you had a large video catalog, you could upload them all to YouTube, make sure the captions are present there, and then include this player and save yourself having to re-implement a full media player with captioning support in your application. And the nice thing about this is you just end up including a small library in your own Android application. It's a thin library that then accesses the main Google Play services, which is already installed on the device. So users who are installing many applications which use this don't have to include a large library every time that application is installed. In terms of Google Play, which is our app store, there's a bunch of new features. Kind of the main one I wanted to point out here is smart app updates. So before, when a user installed a very large application, it might be 20 megabytes or something like that. When they got an update to the application, even if it was a small bug fix, they would have to, on their phone, through the cellular network or Wi-Fi, go and download that full application again plus whatever changed, so 21 megs or something like that. With smart app updates, just the delta will automatically be pushed down to the device. So if you're an app developer building Android apps and you have a lot of updates being pushed out to your users, you want to make rapid updates, iterate quickly, you don't have to worry about them downloading a large application over and over again. It'll just send the delta, and it's all automatic on our side. A few additional features, I'm not going to talk about them here because I think we're a little low on time and I don't think they relate too much to accessibility. But if you want to learn more, Android apps in Google Play is the YouTube talk from Google I/O. In terms of developer tools, we've revamped the main developer portal for Android development, developer.android.com, into sort of 3 silos. It's sort of much easier to find the section that you're looking at. Designers can find the design site, developers find the API documentation, and the sort of marketing business people can find the distributing your Android app information. In terms of Android developer tools that are new, I think David actually mentioned this yesterday as well, but sort of a good one to point out again is Lint. It's a tool that analyzes your code and picks out sort of interesting things that it thinks are wrong or incorrect or implemented poorly. In particular, it picks out content description, which is the way of tagging your views so that the screen reader can pick them up. And we were also discussing this in the room the other day with a few other people, but Lint is fairly... you can build your own Lint rules so that, if there's something else in particular that you're looking for when testing an application for accessibility, and you're seeing it over and over again, people getting it wrong, or you want to make sure that the app always has these particular things, you could actually go and build your own Lint rules and make sure that your application is always run through the Lint tool. One other thing I wanted to point out is application templates. So if you're building a new Android application, there's actually a wizard now that takes you through sort of building a raw Android template based on a few scenarios. For example, sort of standard master and detail views that you would see in an Android application, a list in one activity, and clicking through takes you to sort of the detail of one of those. The nice thing about this is it's set up using our best practices already, using what we call the action bar, which is what you see across the top, and it really creates a consistent experience for users. So in terms of accessibility, it really means that users will find that things are in the same place across applications. The top left icon will always be there, the title at the top, content below that, really conforming to our best practices. And the Google I/O talk, what's new in Android developer tools, if you want to hear a bit more. Okay, there's also a lot more additional things introduced in Jelly Bean. I'm not going to go into detail. Accessibility is there, but that's essentially what David covered in his presentation yesterday. So definitely go look that up if you want to see more information.
Should also mention that in Jelly Bean we added support in the media player class. Basically the thing that you use to play videos, play audio. We added support for closed captioning there. So if you have an external stream, kind of like a side stream for like an MP4 video or something that contains the captions, you can use something called add timed text source. And actually you can listen for events and present them in any way you want in your application, depending on if you want to speak them out loud or obviously just show them on the screen. It's totally up to you. And we also support embedded tracks that contain closed captions within video. So this is kind of the first version of that. We'll be building that out over the next few versions.
Oh, yeah, and again, the talk is what's new in Android. There's a link there. The presentation will be available afterwards, so you can get that if you need to. It has a more thorough list of what's new in Jelly Bean Android 4.1.
So the next topic, you just press next here. So the next topic here, we're going to briefly talk about the Nexus 7, which is the latest device coming from Google, I guess. The latest Android device running the latest version of the operating system. A few of you that were in the room yesterday probably saw it. Maybe some of you own it. But it's basically, the first device that had Jelly Bean. So I'm not going to go through all of the specs. You guys can, read the news or whatnot. But basically, it's a content consumption device, right? It's there for. It's really designed around Google Play and all the things you can do in Google Play, like read books, read magazines, music, things like that. And then, obviously, as an application developer, if you are having kind of questions about how do I monetize my apps, we're basically driving more and more consumers to use Google Play to to buy books, to rent movies, things like that, and so there are going to be more eyeballs on your applications going forward. Some brief things about the Nexus 7, specifically for how you approach a device like the Nexus 7, which I forgot to mention. The reason it's called Nexus 7 is that it's a 7-inch tablet device. It's basically a naturally portrait device, but it does support landscape as well. So depending on how you want to hold it, totally up to you. It has a high-ish density screen. Again, this is not so important for this audience, but these are just a couple of specs there. It has a front-facing camera, which I'll actually mention in a bit, which is kind of useful. But it doesn't really have a rear-facing camera, so you can't really take photos with it. It does not support telephony, so you can't really make calls with it. And a couple of things again for developers. We had this pattern that Adam mentioned around the action bar, this framework widget that really should be part of every app, and it supports the Nexus 7 really well. So for application developers that want to provide a couple of key actions on different screens, and key navigation like walking up the structure of an application. We support all that, and it's really kind of these tools are there to help your app scale naturally on the Nexus 7. The other thing I should mention about the action bar is that it's very much kind of, accessibility friendly. Friendly to things like screen readers. All of the controls in the action bar are annotated with content descriptions and meta information. So as you hover over the controls, it kind of can read out what they mean. Additionally, things like the up button in the action bar and buttons, the more consistent it is across third-party applications, the better it is for folks to build up kind of that muscle memory of where things are. A couple of other comments. Adobe has mentioned, actually Adobe has deprecated Flash, so if you are a developer and you're planning on using Flash to kind of present a video, for example, in your apps, please don't do that since it's deprecated. So definitely look into the media player class that we talked about before, and all of the new closed captioning features in that. So one of the questions that developers ask us is the Nexus 7 a phone or a tablet? Should I make it a phone app or a tablet app? And that's really up to you. I won't go into too much detail about this again, but if you do have application developers that are thinking about 7-inch tablets, there's no kind of straight answer. Yes, that you should start with your phone app and scale up, or tablet app and scale down. There are lots of different tools at your disposal to kind of choose what's best for your app. And an example of an application, again, if you're developing for Android, an example of an application that's designed for all different screen sizes, phones, tablets, and Nexus 7, is the Google I/O application. And it's an open source app available on Google's Code Project hosting. And a bunch of our accessibility folks actually worked on this app to make sure that it was kind of very user-friendly. And certain key features like the video streaming portion of it did support the accessibility features in the OS. So we're hoping to kind of spread the word about best practices, not only via our documentation, things like kind of the accessibility checklist that David mentioned yesterday, but through leading by example, showing developers here are the best practices, here's the way you should build your apps. So some quick end user updates. The one I really want to, I guess one that I kind of want to highlight here is Face Unlock. One of the interesting features that we exposed in Ice Cream Sandwich, which is the previous version, was the ability to unlock your device with your face. So this is kind of like a hands-free, almost voice-free way to unlock. And we've kind of worked on that further in Jelly Bean. One of the criticisms was that, you can just show a photo of somebody in front of the camera and it'll unlock. We added in blink support, so it'll ask you to blink a few times for you to unlock your device.
So it's not like you headbutt your...
Right, you don't...
It's coming soon.
Yeah, we may add things like, for example, dance in front of the camera, or who knows? But definitely we've been trying to kind of build this up, not as a foolproof security means, but a simple way to lock your device, still secure it in some ways, but make it easier for everybody to unlock and get started right away. And a couple of updates to several Google apps have occurred recently. So Google Search has become Google Now, which is very much voice-driven. So you can you can open up the app, and there's actually a simple gesture to open it. Just swipe when you have Talk Back turned on. You swipe with 2 fingers from the bottom of the screen, and then you just say Google, and then you ask it a question like, what is the 4th number in the Fibonacci sequence, or what is the height of the Empire State Building, and it'll actually read that out to you. So it's very much voice driven. Also, Google Maps now supports offline maps. So if you go out into the woods or whatever and you don't have cell connection, you can cache your maps. And Google Plus is, if you guys are kind of using Google Plus, on the Nexus 7 and actually on larger screens, there's now a tablet-friendly user interface for Google Plus that lets you basically consume content in a much more magazine-like friendlier way. And then, like I mentioned, we now have magazines, TV shows, and movie purchases available in Google Play. And again, a lot of this is not really geared towards driving folks to buy apps, but it definitely helps in the sense of people are spending more time in Google Play and buying apps.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to mention is if you've tried Google Now and how it reads out the answers to you, you'll notice the voice sounds very human-like. It's a very good text-to-speech engine. This is actually using what we call network text-to-speech, so it's actually sending a request out to Google to send back the text-to-speech data. So our APIs actually do have allow you to tap into the text-to-speech engine on the device without network access. But there's a new flag in Jelly Bean where you can say, I'd also like to use the network text-to-speech engine if it's available to take advantage of that better speech engine. Oh, okay. So finally, I just wanted to point to some really good resources that we have. There's obviously the main developer Android site, developer.android.com. There's the design site, which is just at /design. Yeah.
I should mention that I believe we recently added an accessibility section to the design guide. We basically want to raise awareness not only through our developer documentation, but also our designer documentation. So we either have already released that or that's on its way.
Yeah, and again, this goes over these things that we were talking about, like action bar, keeping the design patterns very consistent across Android applications. If you guys are planning on building applications, I would highly encourage you to look at the design site and really try and make the app fit with our design patterns. It's really going to make for a more consistent Android experience for all users. One other thing worth mentioning, though, is this action bar is actually not backwards compatible at the moment. It's a honeycomb onwards feature, which is the version 2 versions before Jelly Bean. What we're recommending at the moment is a third-party library called Action Bar Sherlock that essentially allows you to use the same APIs and build an application with these design patterns back to, I think it's Froyo, maybe even earlier than Android 2. There's also /training, which is actually a section of the site that our team works on. It has a bunch of developer training articles covering a pretty broad array of topics. There is, I think, 1 or 2 accessibility training topics classes in there. And then there's, of course, our regular blog where we post updates. And if you want to look at the actual Android source code for the whole operating system, there's source.android.com. And then the other fantastic resource, hopefully you guys have heard of Google Plus Hangouts, which is a video chat technology that allows up to 10 people that we host on Google Plus. Our team, across many offices worldwide, hosts these weekly office hours where we get on and answer questions about Android development. We have several in North America, also Europe and Asia. And it's a really great way if you've got questions or you've got concerns or you want to raise awareness on something, you can get in there and actually talk to us directly via your computer. We have several ways to ask questions. You can either jump on the video chat yourself. You can type a question directly into the chat box. We also have this thing called Google Moderator, which allows you to post a question up in a forum, and then people vote up all the different questions so the top ones bubble to the top. It's really just a great way to ask questions. So to find out more information, you can just follow the Plus Android Developers page on Google+. It posts up all of the different events that are happening every week. I think we have 5 or 6, 7. Every week we have 5, 6, or 7. These are also transcribed and saved onto YouTube for future watching. Again, with full interactive transcripts. Yeah, full interactive transcripts, so you can search through them for previous questions that have been asked. And that's it. Any questions?
Anyone?
Yeah.
Oh, now it's on. No, it's not on.
Yeah, there
it is.
Let's switch.
Okay. Yeah. Wow, that was tricky. Okay, now it's on. Anyway, sorry. This is a sort of suggestion type question,
Sure,
although I don't know for sure. So I'm not familiar with, since I don't develop on the Android platform, I don't know what the workflow and process and what the approval process is. But so suggestion, what might be really cool is, as part of that process, is if when developers submit their applications, if the lint tool?
Yep, that's right.
Were programmed with more of those rules you had mentioned, and a report were generated automatically that were queryable by any user searching for example, accessible, content tags or whatever they're called, or keyboard accessibility, etc. No less than, for example, ratings of security, etc. Anyway, so I think that would be kind of interesting, and I would make that suggestion not just of Google, but Apple, for example, and Microsoft, and so forth. Anyway, so the question is, do you guys do that? And as I said, I think it's a rhetorical question. So
yeah, sure. So we don't do that, but I think that's a very good suggestion. Something else that has been suggested before is actually scanning the binaries that get submitted, checking for specific accessibility features, and then creating a special category in the Play Store to flag them out for easier discoverability. But yes,
yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah, thanks.
Is there someone else?
My question is about Google Play. You mentioned that there's both movies and TV shows in the store. And I'm curious as to whether or not all of the movies and shows are captioned. And if you can tell that they are before you make the purchase.
That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure if it says if they have closed captioning or not, but do you know?
Yeah, I don't know the answer either. I will say that the infrastructure for all of that is YouTube, and this is kind of a side going around the question, but the infrastructure is YouTube, and so it's definitely supported. And the playback is basically the same player as the YouTube player. So if not, it's likely just a content question and something that we would have to clean up. That's definitely an important point. I think that it's definitely something we need to do if it's not the case already.
Yeah, I'm gonna check while we finish up here. But sorry. Oh, okay. But one thing I did want to mention quickly is we actually have magazines as well in Google Play, and our magazine reader has a special mode where you can go into text layout mode where it just shows you the text, and I believe it should work correctly with TalkBack and the reader.
As far as the videos and captioning, and Google, there's the Google Accessibility Listserv, a discussion list. It's been a big topic. Out of the box, or as it was released, it did not indicate which videos were captioned until you ordered it and paid for it, I think. Naomi Block, Naomi Bilodeau, Block. I know it's been reported and she's working on it. You might want to contact Naomi directly. And see what the current status is. This was maybe 6 months ago.
Yeah, I'm looking right now, and I don't see any indication on the random ones I'm choosing. So yeah.
If I could just emphasize two things that are very important. First is, if you go to a specific movie and you look at the page, it should clearly state whether or not captions are available or not prior to purchase. Secondly, you should be able to have a filter function within the search so you can only search for movies that are captioned. That way it narrows down your search quite a bit.
Definitely.
Yeah, we'll pass that on to the team. That's absolutely understandable.
Okay, thanks very much.
I'd like to attempt to get a sense of what people would prefer since it's a Friday afternoon here. We have two more presentations. We could take a break for a certain amount of time, a shorter or longer one. We could keep going. We can do the smaller settings for the last two presenters simultaneously to now, or we could do that the next presentation after that like we've been doing before. And I really just want to be most responsive to what people want. And hard to tell here. Any opinions from anybody? Take a break? Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Let's maybe shorten the break to 15 minutes.
Okay.
And come back, because we ran a little bit over with Google's presentation. So let's come back at our regular time, 2:45.
Okay.
15-minute break.
Okay, so we'll do a 15-minute break, returning here at 2:45 for a presentation on FireEyes, a free testing tool. And please, if you have any interest in following up with the last two presenters, we'll have the Oracle representative in the multimedia presentations room and Google in the mobile apps room.
We did the best we can. Yeah. This switch.
to this agenda like two presentation and then discussion.
Yeah.
Discussion is, I think, more important where people will really share their what exactly problem is and how they can
Yes.
work around it. That's, I think.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Vaishnav.
Vaishnav?
Vaishnav.
Vaishnav.
Yeah.
Okay. And say the first name again.
Jatin.
Jatin?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just call me Glenda the Good Witch. That is how I introduce myself.
Oh, is that okay? Well, I'll let you do that. My boss might not understand. All right, we're going to start our next presentation now. It's by DQ Systems on the FireEyes free testing tool. The presenters are Glenda Sims, Senior Accessibility Consultant, and Jatin Vaishnav, Accessibility Manager.
Well, howdy, y'all. I'm in from Texas. I'm going to show you an amazing tool that is free from our company called FireEyes. But first, I thought it would be a good idea to introduce us. Just in case you didn't catch my name, I am Glenda the Good Witch Sims. I am at Good Witch on Twitter. I do work for DQ Systems. I've been in the accessibility world for over a decade. Spent 25 years at the University of Texas at Austin. The last decade of those was as the lead accessibility expert on the campus, working with Dr. John Slayton. And I also continue to do nonprofit accessibility work with a firm called Nobility. So I am accessibility from head to toe, care about it passionately, and luckily get to do that for a living. I'd like to introduce you to my colleague, Jatin.
Hello, I'm Jatin Vaishnav, and I do, as Glenda says, head to toe accessibility. I do web accessibility, mobile accessibility, PDF consultation, and remediation. I hope you enjoy the presentation.
So the great thing about me introducing you to my colleague is he's here at the FCC. He works for DQ, but he's consulting with the FCC. I live in Austin, Texas, so I'm not just right around the corner. Fairly easy to find me, but if you're looking for the local, he's right here. So let me ask you a quick question. How do you feel about accessibility? Are you as passionate about it as I am, that you kind of don't even feel like you're working when you're working on it? Awesome. Do you feel like you're on an adventure and you have all the equipment that you need to be successful and you're really excited about where you're going? Or do you slightly feel like you're drowning? Does anyone relate to this picture up on the screen where the man is under the water? He's not in the canoe with his life jacket and paddle and map. All right. Well, I've been in the same place, working at the University of Texas. Millions of web pages, thousands of webmasters trying to motivate an organization towards accessibility, and none of these people reported to me. And I didn't let that stop me. I just let that motivate me. So what I want to share with you today is a free tool that you can download. It's called FireEyes. It's free. It is amazingly powerful. At your earliest convenience, go to DQ.com, download it. It's going to take more than just downloading FireEyes. This is something that you're going to install in Firefox, and it is dependent on Firebug. This is a tool for the accessibility person to be able to dive all the way down into the code. And I'm going to show you how it works. Let's imagine we're looking at a website. This particular website that I'm showing you at the moment is called Gefälscht. Does anyone know what Gefälscht means in German? It means fake. Why am I showing you a fake website? Because this is an atrociously inaccessible website. Why? on purpose so I can use it for training. I need a site that's consistently broken and that nobody's going to fix, and that I can show how a testing tool works on it. Okay? So Gefälscht is my fake website. It actually does exist, and it's out in the public eye. So when you grab a hold of the slide deck, you can look up the URL if you ever want to play with this and a testing tool. So on this fake website, I want to run an accessibility analysis with my new FireEyes free tool. I'm going to go to the URL, webtestingcourse2qcloud.com in Firefox. I have already loaded Firebug and FireEyes. So I've already got my software installed. I click up in the top right-hand corner where I happen to have it circled in red on the little Firebug icon. And up pops the window at the bottom, giving me WorldSpace FireEyes as an additional tab in Firebug. How many of you guys already have Firebug installed? Okay, so all I did was add a tab to your Firebug. On that tab is a button that says Now in the Analyze section. I'm trying to convince the developer that the button needs to say Analyze Now. I haven't gotten them to make the change yet. So for now, it's the Now button in the Analyze section. If I press that Now button, I get a list of issues for that page right there. Okay? So right down here in this section are the list of issues. There's a red exclamation point that has alt text of "This is a violation." Anytime I see that little red exclamation point, I have an explanation of what the issue is. And then I have some delightful features over to the side that I think will have you drooling in just a moment. So, detailed issue list for all the issues that were found on the page. And over on the right-hand side for each issue are some buttons. Let me explain what those buttons are. One of them says Details. It's going to tell me the details of that issue. Let's say I'm new to accessibility, and I have no idea what you mean by there needs to be an alt text on this active image. I need some help. Click on the details, you'll get some help. Then there's an inspect option that's going to take me into the Firebug window that shows me the code. It's going to take me directly to the line that's causing the issue. And there's a highlight button which will highlight it on the page so I can see contextually where the issue is occurring on the page. So let's take a quick look at that. Starting simply with the highlight button on a particular issue here, which unless you have superhuman vision, only I can read it being this close to the screen. Text entry field does not have an explicit label is the issue that's been triggered. Sure enough, we have a search up in the top left corner with a go button on it. That search box does not have a label. That's the error that's been triggered here by FireEyes. If I click highlight on that issue, it puts the very obvious green rectangle with the blue and white stripe saying, over here, here's where the issue is occurring on the page, so that you can see it in context. Now, the next option that I have is to click on details. Let's say I've never done this before. I want to understand text entry field does not have an explicit label. What do I do? Here's the source code. Here's the WCAG. Scrolling down on this screen, I would get an explanation of what the problem is as well as a code sample. Kind of handy. But if you already know your stuff, the next thing that you want to do is click on that inspect button. You are now right on the line of code with the error. Does that sound pretty cool? All right. So you know what the error is. You know how to solve it, and you're right there sitting in front of the code, and you can fix it. The only thing you have to do is fix it and FTP it back up to the server. Questions on this before I go forward? Yeah. Absolutely. So one of the things that our tool is better at than any other tool on the market is, and the reason we're inside Firebug, is we are going to analyze all that accessible rich internet. Yes, we are watching the whole thing. So it's not just static. Yes.
I'm assuming this only works with Firefox?
It only currently works with Firefox, although the developer was throwing out some other browser names that we commonly use the other day. Until I see it, I won't tell you that. Okay. But are working on it. Mm-hmm. Yes, question over there? You know, if you'll just go to deque.com and look around for FireEyes, and you can't find it. Yeah, that's pretty goofy, isn't it? Yeah. You're getting help right now. Sometimes the marketing team doesn't understand that Glenda wants to give everything away. And so, I agree. It's not as easy as it should be to find. All right. So when we got this installed and we pressed the Analyze Now button, some magic report ran for us on the page. Rock on. What was the standard that was used? I didn't tell you could pick a standard. What if you don't like the standard that I defaulted to? What if I had the audacity to use WCAG 2.0 AA and you have to use 508? No problem. Come in here to FireEyes, click on the Settings tab, uncheck WCAG 1.0 or 2.0, and click 508. You want all of 508? Click all of 508. You want part of 508 because you really don't care about paragraph M? Because the link to an accessible plugin is kind of old-fashioned and outdated and it's not going to be in the new 508? Uncheck that. You pick your standard. Default out of the box, I think it's set to WCAG 2.0 AA, which isn't a bad idea because that's where 508 is heading, in my humble opinion. Questions on this? Yeah.
I'm wondering if the tool can check to see if a video has captions or not. Because there's so many times where that is overlooked.
Yes.
So all of the requirements are being followed, however, videos aren't captioned, so they're not 508 compliant. I was wondering whether or not the tool can be enhanced to check to see if videos are captioned.
It is my humble opinion that it should be able to. I have not dug into it deep enough yet. I've been working for the company for a year and a half now. I've not dug into it deep enough yet that I can guarantee you 100% that that's happening. There's two types of issues that we throw. An absolute violation, we know it's an error, versus a potential error. And I would have to look, and what I would love is after my presentation, if you have a business card, if you could give it to me, because are you from Gallaudet?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I really care about solving this problem and think it's really critical. And so you give me that business card, and that's going to make me all that much more motivated to go find that answer. And if we don't have it yet, we'll add it. My boss, Preeti Kumar, is adamant that the more we can test automatedly, the better traction we can get on making the web accessible. When it requires manual testing, we just don't have the manpower to stay on top of this. And the moment you finish manual testing something, somebody can come right behind you and make it inaccessible again. And so I'm not saying I can do everything. I know that. But the more I can, and for this, you know I can sniff out whether there's a transcript there or not. It's just a matter of some smart person writing that code. So I'm with you on that. Good question.
All right, thank you.
All right. So set your standard, picking the obvious WCAG 2.0 or 508, and then opening up those menus and choosing whether you want to listen to the whole thing or just parts of it. Now, how many of you have an automated tool for checking color contrast? Wouldn't it be nice if this tool did that? It does. We can look for that 4.5 to 1 color contrast ratio. We're looking for it comparing the color of the text on the page to the background color. We're sniffing into the CSS and getting that information. We are not jumping in to an image and telling you whether the color contrast of things inside a PNG or JPEG have enough color contrast. We are on the text versus background and reading into the CSS. Okay? So, do you guys want to see that one in action just for fun? Since I've been working from a deck. All right, so here we are on our fake website, and all I have to do is press this Now button, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear all issues from my window for a second, and I'm going to click the Now button. Oh, wait, the Now button is going to do the 508 or the WCAG testing. It's not going to do the color contrast testing unless I come over to the next button labeled color. Why? Because this takes a lot of power to run this color, and if I did it inside the other analysis, you'd get impatient waiting for the results. All right, so if I want color, I have to press the color button. I press the color button, it's performing the analysis, it found 7 issues. That's better than you taking a little dropper and comparing foreground color to background color using some other tool, I think. Because we know how you need to think about these things. I've got poor visibility between text and background. Do a highlight. It highlights where it is on the page. I want more detail. Climb into the detail. And it's going to go, Glenda, that's a 4.48 to 1 ratio. Now, the comedic person that created this fake website did that on purpose. That's really close to passing 4.48, and he did that on purpose. He picked a color that would only be 4.48 off because it's only requiring 4.5, so we're super close. But we can pick that out for you. Questions on that? That's one of my favorite tests because nobody else has that one. And right now, I'm showing you a test that's page by page, free, installed in your Firefox. Imagine if I could run this against your whole website. I have an enterprise version of this. It ain't free. This one's free. It ain't free. But it is not free. Yes, I know grammar. But I can spot those color contrasts across your whole site running a scan. I can spot every missing form field, every missing alt, and a whole bunch of other things too. All right. So I showed you color contrast. There's another one that I find really a pain in the neck to look for, and that's reading order. Is something in the CSS changing the reading order so that what a sighted person sees on the screen is logical while a screen reader user might get scrambled eggs? That one's a bear to go test for manually, right? You got to know that page. You got to know the structure. You got to know the content. It takes a lot of cognitive to figure that one out. Wouldn't you like a tool that would show you anywhere the CSS is putting things in a different order than the DOM? This tool does. The next button over from the color button was the order button, reading order button, and it would have spotted any changes in that. You still have to go apply your brain to the problem and look at that part of the page, but now you know where to look, so you can work smart. There's also an ARIA feature. Even though ARIA is not a completed spec yet, we all know that it's very valuable to start using yesterday. So we've got some tests that will run for you against your ARIA to make sure that you're using it correctly. But it's a separate button so that you can decide whether you want to run it or not. And there's a focus one. I'll admit I haven't used this one a lot because it's a WCAG 2.0 AA, and that's is there visual focus apparent on the screen. That's what that one's checking. How many of you have easy access to a screen reader on your main computer? All right. I have 3, and probably y'all have more than one. I've got JAWS, I've got NVDA, I have a Mac, so I have VoiceOver. I happen to be a sighted accessibility geek. So it's not my fastest way to look for all problems through a screen reader. What we've built into FireEyes is a simulated screen reader called Simulate, big AT at the end. And it's an easy way for people who don't have a screen reader or don't feel comfortable using one yet, because there's a learning curve to using one of those, right? To pull up a version of what the screen reader would speak. Now, my humble opinion, I go in there for illustrative purposes only. You might find it useful for other things. I tend to, because I'm not going to be comfortable until I really pull out the VoiceOver, etc. But sure enough, there's a Simulate tab, and when I click on it, I get the option to run the whole page as Simulate, or to just run headings. So it's like getting a headings list, or just run links, and it's like getting a link list. You want something else? Tell us. We'll probably put it in. If it makes you smarter and work faster, we want that. So great way to explain to someone what a screen reader is going to say. Page has 10 headings and 31 links. Gefalsch, tilde, 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 Gefalsch, Computec. The kind of things that a screen reader would read out to you. So nifty little feature. Questions on this before I show you the really cool stuff? All right. So when you're testing a website, are you always excited? Let's say you're testing 1,000 pages on a website that all have the same header and footer, and there's an error in the header. Big, ugly error in the header. Are you excited when you see that same error 1,000 times on each, 1,000 times, one for each page? Or is that a bunch of noise? Wouldn't it be cool if you could scope and tell me what part of the page is the header and the footer, and then only check the main content or the header and the footer, depending on who you are? Because the same people that have to fix the main content are not the same people usually that have to fix the accessibility errors in the header and the footer. So we built our tool to do that. The free version even includes this. We go in and can set up scope. I've got some real detailed instructions on the screen. That's because I think you have access to this PowerPoint and can download it and follow these instructions later. Next screen actually shows me going through the steps, and down at the bottom, the order in which they are. If you are visually impaired and can't see those, I have them in order. Click on the Settings tab, click on the Pick X Path button, follow those, and you will be able to set a scope. And then we can do a page at a time analysis using those scope definitions. Now, this is kind of bizarre, so I actually want to pop out and show it to you real quickly, because I think a little moment of seeing it in action is worth it. All right. So I'm going to go to the Settings tab, and my resolution here is tiny. I apologize. Nice things come in small packages, right? Okay, and let me come over here. All right. If I wanted to add a scope for this page, I come in and I said, go to the settings screen, say you want to set a new scope, and then I said pick XPath. So I need to click on this pick XPath button, and that turns my pointer into something magic. Let's say I'm trying to define my header. I click up here on the header, and it did my funny green outline with blue slashy lines. Well, that's not all of my header. That's just a tiny piece of it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come down to this little blue arrow and say more general. And because we're working with such a tiny piece, more general. Okay, we now have that whole nav. I'd like to see if I can get even more. More general. Not big enough. More general. I keep going more general. Oh, look, I picked up the search box now. That's good. And then I'll always go one more too big. At that point, I just selected the whole page. I'm climbing through the DOM and going out levels. Okay, now I know I can't get any bigger than that one that I was at previous. Now I back up one. At this point, I've got a good section of the page that I want to label main nav. So I come in here and I say this is part of my template, and I label it main nav. I'd hit the save button, and I now have a definition of this part of my page is main nav. I could call it whatever I want, but it allows me to set scope for different things. The things that were most important were setting that XPath to a meaningful part of the page, naming it something that means something to you as a human, and in this case, we were working with template information, so I marked it as a template type. Why? Because when I come back to the current document tab, and let's clear my issues here. Let's clear my issues. I'm on the main page. I know you can see like an inch of it, right? I'm on the main page. I can run the Now button, and that's going to go, Glenda, you've got 30 issues on that page. Well, what if I'm only responsible for the main content? I don't care about all 30 of the issues. Tell me the ones that matter to me. So clear that out. And instead, I'm going to set scope. So I'm going to click on this scope button right here and say, do I want the entire page or do I want part of the page? I want part. What do you want? These are where I've named them. Main content, copyright, footer, header, top nav. And I'm going to go, I really want just main content. Once I've selected that, when I come back here, this little scope button now says scope 1. Before it said scope all. Now when I hit the Analyze Now button, I only get 22 issues, and they're all inside that main content, and none of them are in the header footer. Sweet? Now imagine that on an enterprise tool scanning your whole site. That's powerful. Because I can tell you where those errors are without falsely reporting them a gazillion times. Questions on that? So, as I mapped this out, I'll admit that this part's not intuitive, in that I wouldn't expect to sit you down in front of this and expect you to figure out this path. But I think I've documented it well here in this PowerPoint so that you can have this power in your own hands. I've got one more feature to show you in this tool that's stunning, and that is scripted transactional analysis. You asked a question about, can we handle dynamic pages? Well, as we're testing for accessibility, we don't just need to test static. We need to test user paths, user tasks. A task may involve me typing in information, pressing a certain button, activity. We can actually script those in the free tool. Save that recording and replay it so that you don't have to remember, okay, to test this activity, I need to know this, and click here, 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 here. Record that once. Then rerun the script, analyzing at the same time. You can do that in the free tool. Now imagine the power up at the enterprise level when I'm scanning a site. I don't need a human being to type in that login and password and press the submit button anymore. I don't need the human being to test whether the student can take the online quiz in the learning management system. I can script these things and run them every month. So, quick vote. Did you just want me to tease you with this, or would you like to see if I can actually do it? Do it. All right. I clicked on the script tab. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to record something really simple. I'm going to record coming into the search box, typing in, you're going to give me a word that's okay to type, and pressing the go button. It's a real simple activity, but it proves that I can record anything that's going on the screen and play it back. Okay? So first thing I need to do, let me just put my cursor somewhere there. I went to the script tab. I'm clicking the record button, and I'm going to go ahead and ask y'all for the word, because when I click on the record button, as it's recording, it's holding on to the timing, and I don't want the delay as y'all decide what word you want me to type. Okay? So I'm going to click on the record button, type the word, press go, and then I'm going to stop the recording. So I need a word. Rainbow. Rainbow. Love it. I'm going to look for rainbows. I'm not going to look for unicorns, just rainbows. Okay. All right, here we go. Click record. We're recording. I'm going to type in rainbow. I'm going to type in go. I'm going to wait till it loads. And I'm going to turn recording off. I clicked on record. I did the activity. I turned record off. At that point, we are on the search page. Hard to see in this little teeny screen, but that's what happened, right? Now I'm going to reset us back to that starting position, okay? I'm back on the main site. Rainbow has not been typed. Let me see if I can scroll this down just a little bit, okay? I'm now going to replay this recording, which is getting a little challenging because Glenda's looking for the go button, and I think it's going to be hiding over here. So excuse me for a moment while I go find it. All right. See this little triangle right here? That's my replay button. So can I replay it and see me typing? I'm going to press this, and then I'm going to move that over as fast as I can. Do you want to begin replay? Begin replay. Click over here. Hands in the air. I'm not typing, not touching. Okay. I can record anything. You can record anything. That was simple, right? So open the script tab, click on the record checkbox, do whatever it is you're going to do, unclick the record, press the play arrow. Then, if you have the enterprise tool, save that recording, submit it to run on a regular basis so that it's not just when you get around to your manual testing that that piece gets tested. That's the planned part of the presentation. We have a secret part of the presentation. But before I go to the secret, unplanned part of the presentation, let me stop and see what questions you have. I've got a question.
I'm looking at the web address, and at this end it says, tired eyes. Is that what that says?
You know what? I see what you're saying. It does look like that is an F, but it doesn't look right on that screen. I know what happened. That's a big image that's laying over the top of that F. I need to move. Thank you for noticing that. Glenda needs to move her big white box up. Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Say if you have like a keyboard accessible slider control.
Yes.
I can see how you could record that, where you would tab to it and use the arrow keys and stuff.
Right.
Can it detect whether or not ARIA is present to assure that the keyboard accessibility is also accessible with screen readers like JAWS as well?
We I will tell you that the majority of testing that we do affects 3 disability types. Not to say that there aren't more, because in my head there are 5. But it's screen reader use, keyboard only use, and no speakers are the 3. And so what I would need to do is, if you have a sample of that, I would like to give you my business card. Mm-hmm. I don't want to answer the question unless I'm actually testing it specifically. I think it can do it, but I'd have to prove it to myself to make sure that it wouldn't need, because some of these things need manual verification. Mm-hmm. We can't do everything automated. Can I get you close, or can I get you all the way there is the question that's in my head.
Yeah, I have both, so I can show you places.
Yeah, I'd be delighted. So I'll give you my business card, or if you can come up here and I'll have some up on the desk.
Yeah, that's fine. I have a question also about the color contrast.
Yes.
Checker. Does that work on background images or semi-transparent background images?
I can't promise on that one. Let's test that one out. I know it's doing the HTML, CSS background. I do not know if it's picking up background images. I've had my developer tell me that, but I'm the kind of girl, I don't believe it till I see it with my own 2 eyes. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to promise that it's doing that until you and I confirm it.
Okay, and can it detect event handlers on elements? Say, for instance, yes. If I have a span tag with roll equals button on it and yes. a key down event that allows you to tab to it, press enter or spacebar, can it detect that there is not a click event handler?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We do. I know that one's there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. And I will say one of the exciting things about this team is that we are very much rewarded for every time we can make one more thing testable by computers alone. So just because we don't do it today doesn't mean we won't figure out a way to do something tomorrow. Yes, question.
I'd like to ask what the differences are between the free version and the enterprise version.
Okay. The enterprise version allows you to set up scans on a regular schedule and see a report of them. And what I'd like to do is just show you what that looks like. And let me see if I can win this battle. So we've been looking at one page of a fake website, right? The gefalscht website. Don't make me remember my password. Hold on. Patience is a virtue that I don't usually have. Ooh, wrong one. Should have had this one pulled up. The other surprise part of our presentation that I may run out of time. Am I out of time? See, I was thinking I still had 5 minutes and 36 seconds. I don't. I don't. That's fine. That's fine. In the enterprise version, I'm in the enterprise version right now. We're on a really small screen, but I'm scoring a 42% on this site. I've scanned 20 pages. 13 of them are in critical condition. You can see a trend line, a spark line for how the scores have been. We have a list of the common issues. These are the ones coming out of the template. It's sortable by how critical or serious they are, which is also something that you as an owner of the tool can set for yourself. You can enter manual issues in here as well, so you can track your template issues, your automated issues that aren't in your template, as well as manual issues that only a human could find. And then we get all the details if I just click down on an issue, how to solve it, what line of code, et cetera, et cetera. I could go on, but that's a whole nother presentation. And in 30 seconds, there was something I was going to show you that was amazing. It's literally called a maze. If you come down to the room after this session, wherever we're going to go, I'll show it to you. Imagine this. Imagine if I could give you a plugin that would fix the accessibility problems in Facebook. Imagine if I could create a plugin that would inject accessibility into software without permission from Facebook or whoever. That's what I'll show you in the other room. Am I out? Did you pull me? Do I have the hook?
I mean, take 30 more seconds if you need it.
No, I think I'm out.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
a lot. You bet, that was fun. All right. Our grand finale here is Mark Snuffin from Datanaut. He's the CEO. He will be presenting on how to develop cross-platform accessible applications with Qt.
Okay. Also, I wanted to remind everyone that we have handed out contact sheets. There's been some requests. People would like to contact each other. If you want to fill out, if you're okay with sharing your information, if you could fill out one of the contact sheets and return it to Mikkel, the lovely woman in red, that would be terrific. Thank you. And we're just getting this set up. Your clicker?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Snuffin with Datanaut. Thanks for staying here for the last and final. I'm going to talk a little bit today about using something called Qt. Qt is a cross-platform development library. It runs on Windows, Linux, the Mac, and mobile devices. It's open source, but the problem is it's not accessible. I'm also going to talk about building user interfaces within Qt using something called WebKit. Today's users want a very rich user interface experience. They don't want something that looks like boxes and isn't alive with interesting content and interactive. So, not to get too geeky here, there's a very popular pattern called model view, view model. It's based on the MVC design pattern, And really it is the way that you build web applications today. And we were brought in by a company called Learning Ally, formerly RFBD, and they just changed their name. They service the BVI community, providing audiobooks online, and what we built is a new application for them to be able to manage their audiobooks. We used a number of new technologies to be able to provide the cross-platform capability, but also with a web experience. So basically what we got is a desktop application that looks like a web app. So we're going to take a look at that application in action. We're going to talk a little bit about accessibility in Qt and some of the issues that we faced. If you're going to build with Qt, you're going to have to deal with them too. Our approach to get it done in a timely and cost really not, we could have spent a year just working on accessibility. I'll get into the future, but we obviously had time and cost targets. Then we'll talk a little bit about tools and technology. Okay, so our working example here is, as I mentioned, the Learning Ally Audiobook Manager. So this manages iTunes, Windows Media synchronization. So I can select from a series of audiobooks, kids books, educational. Learning Ally's got an amazing library, all for BVI users. They download the application or download the books via the application, and then listen to them on their iPod or whatever device they might have. You can find out about the application. You can go to learningally.org. So the key goals here was cross-platform, how to run on both platforms, and we didn't want to write two sets of code. So Qt was the best way to go about that. Now, there's always pluses and minuses, but the big thing was accessibility, and we really had a way. Qt has very poor accessibility, but it gave us a huge bump in cross-platform. So we made the decision to stick with Qt and fix the accessibility issues, because really the BVI community, JAWS, Windows Eyes, NVDA, it has to work. And on the Mac side, the voiceover has to work. Otherwise, it just wasn't going to get out the door. So here's a picture of the application. This is a screenshot. If someone's interested, I've got it up and running here. But you can see this looks more like a web app than it looks like something you would see like a form or something like that. So everything is accessible. So there's two big pieces of it: the keyboard navigation, and then what is being spoke at the. I'll try to stand in front of the mic, and what is being announced to the reader. So this is the bookshelf, and the users can download and upload and synchronize. And there's about 25 screens to the entire application. So. Just a little bit about an overview on our approach. So this is a cross-platform thick client with a rich user interface and advanced accessibility. That's basically what we've got today. So it's built using web technologies. So it actually has WebKit embedded within it. And in there, we're using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to implement the UI. That's a very powerful paradigm today because it gives us so much control over how we're delivering the UI and how aesthetic it can be, but also it allows us to get under the hood and into the operating system, which I'll talk about in a bit. So WebKit is an open source web browser. Actually, Chrome uses it, Safari uses it. It's very popular today. Qt has its own implementation of WebKit, which is also open source. And again, it gives us the ability to access the operating system but host a web user interface. So I just want to mention HTML5 is great. We love it. We think there's a lot of neat things about it. But fundamentally, it doesn't give us everything we need in a lot of applications out there, particularly this one. We needed advanced working support. We needed to be able to get into the operating system for management of the files, and a lot of things that you just don't get today in HTML5. But what we do like about the web itself is that users are expecting this webby experience. So using WebKit gives us that capability, right? And we still have access to the OS, right? The problem comes down to accessibility. So Qt has limited support, as I mentioned, on Windows and Mac for accessibility. In fact, it's not even really there. They've stubbed it in. So they suggest that you go and implement it yourself, which is no small task. Ideally, it would support iAccessible and iAccessible 2, 100%, and we're going to talk about that. We're actually trying to help them do that. But on top of that, we've also got accessibility within WebKit itself, and that has its own problems. So we spent a lot of time. We were working with some guys at Nokia, and basically, it boiled down to, hey, you guys have a pretty good idea, go run with it. So what we did is we put a wrapper, what we call a facade, around WebKit, which enables you to, within JavaScript, declare all the accessibility features with very limited changes in Qt to be able to get it all to work together. What we did find is that it doesn't work quite the same on the Mac. Mac obviously has built-in accessibility. VoiceOver, it does so much, and we had to rebuild Qt to be able to support that. That's an issue, but if you're working with Qt, you're very comfortable with rebuilding it, repackaging it as required to be able to get certain features and functionality working. So just a warning. So the end result is that we've got all this built into JavaScript. We've got a proxy basically between Qt and WebKit, and our developers can basically write HTML code to be able to get the app, improve the accessibility, add better annotations, improve the navigation, etc. So instead of recompiling C++ code and making a whole bunch of changes, we've kind of boiled it down to HTML and JavaScript. So just a little bit about we love JavaScript. It's an awesome language. It's great to use, and to handle the accessibility piece, we have two JavaScript libraries essentially. One is to handle the navigation, between the movement between the controls, and controlling the tab key, the arrow keys, etc. That was just something I never really. Until you sit down and close your eyes and try to use one of these applications, it's really bad, a lot of these applications. So we worked really hard to make that navigation work well. And as part of our pattern, we support it in JavaScript. The second piece was to announce the appropriate text when the user is doing certain things or in different areas. It's interesting when you look at what VoiceOver does and what JAWS does and something like NVDA, they all have little idiosyncrasies. Like they add their own text, they say button at the end for some of them. This is the OK button, where some of them don't say that. So we had to make some special changes to be able to support both of those in a seamless fashion. The other thing is that we added a couple of our own elements to the HTML tags. because the standard accessibility tags we found to be a little limiting. They are helpful, but we added a special tag to be able to enhance what was said when for particular controls. So what we have is this concept of these navigation map tables. So here's and these are going to be difficult to visualize, but you can see them in the presentation. But essentially what we have in JavaScript for each element on the web page is the accessibility markup, if you will, of how to handle it, how it falls within the tab order, and any other special handling that we don't get for free with the accessibility tags themselves. So each page has this template, and then we build out the page based on the various controls. So the control button, the text buttons, the password buttons, all of those have this additional markup to be able to indicate how they're handled within the accessibility facade. Finally, what we have is on the other side is the ability to tell the user what's going on. So we have something called a proxy, right, which is basically communication between JavaScript and Qt. That as the user's moving around the form, we are telling the operating system, hey, here's the new accessibility information that needs to be explained to the end user. So as I'm tabbing through a particular user interface and I go to the OK button, the facade basically updates that with, hey, you're on a button. Here's the name of the button. Here's the text. Here's the announcement. And then all that is done on the fly as you go through each particular visual element on the screen. So again, this is in JavaScript as well. So just a little bit of Qt support. This is all you really need to implement. Now, I did mention the change on the Mac, but really these functions are all that you have to get working to be able to support this. So instead of building out iAccessible for each control, you can have just a few methods that you implement that'll give you the necessary level of accessibility and still be able to have everything up in the web. So you can see these. There's basically two things. We have a value changed and the focus. So as I said, the proxy from JavaScript says, okay, I'm on the OK button. It's going to call a particular function from JavaScript in Qt. Qt has a really cool capability that from WebKit I can call within the C++ code. Oops. Probably should put this on here. Would have been a little better. Let me turn it around a little bit. So future developments. We've asked Nokia. Hey guys, how about adding? Getting on the priority list, supporting full support for iAccessible and iAccessible 2. That's really the end game. We actually have taken some of our own time, our internal R&D time, to see what we could do to be able to make that work. Implementing accessibility is not a trivial thing. It takes substantial effort, and there's a lot of controls within Qt that need to be able to be updated to support it. We're looking at supporting the WebKit view and some of the textual controls and some buttons, adding iAccessible 2 to those. And our goal is to be able to finish those and be able to publish those to the open source version of Qt, so that anyone who builds with Qt can get the accessibility they want. Now, even with this support for iAccessible, there's still a level of of the facade that you build out within the web page. And the accessibility attributes within HTML5 are a big help for that. But there still is with navigation and a lot of things, there's some tricks to getting that all right and to work with JAWS in a way that an experienced JAWS user is happy. We found, the Learning Ally folks have some great BVI users, and they are sticklers. They want to hit, hey, I want all my function keys to work perfectly, all those things. And you really have to take some time to get that to work right. So iAccessible is a start, but still having a mechanism to be able to enhance and make the application even more accessible is what we went with. So as I said, our goal is to be able to publish this accessible software to the open source community so we can all benefit from it. Okay, just some tools and technologies, some Qt that I talked about. So that's up on the Nokia site. There's a big debate just quickly about Qt open source versus Qt commercial. As you might or might not know, Microsoft bought pretty much Nokia, and they control Qt and shut it down. But there's an open source community that's dedicated to that, to supporting Qt as it is. The problem with that is that Nokia had a lot of guys working on it, and that's changed. So things aren't moving as quickly. Accessibility is one of those things. I don't want to jump on some of these Nokia guys, but they're like, no one's asked us for accessibility. I say, well, I don't believe that. Right? Just because someone didn't post it on the forum, or approach the developers. So we've been pushing actively to, for them to make their stuff more accessible. But that's going to take the open source community to be able to do that. I posted a link up here to WebKit. There's a really interesting article on WebKit and what Google had to do to get accessibility to work with Chrome. Very, very interesting. They're clever guys, and it was really interesting how that all played out. But the WebKit site provides some great information about the source code and how to work with WebKit. Also, as application developers, I just posted a link here of the model view model. That pattern, we love that pattern. It's out of Microsoft, which some people have pluses or minuses about, but this is an open source effort, and again, it's a great design pattern. We use something called a Knockout.js. It's a JavaScript library for MVVM applications. Great library, and as web developers, it's something that really makes building these next generation applications a whole lot easier. And then finally, a key resource for us on accessibility, because that's what it's all about here today, is out on the Linux Foundation. And there is such a great discussion about, iAccessible 2, and, getting it to work cross-platform, issues between different operating, different versions of Windows, MSAA, and how to work with that. So I really suggest looking at that, and that's a fairly active community where people are talking about how to get stuff to work. Questions? Thank you, guys.
No, I have a question for you, Mark. I'm curious, what you've been talking about is a layer of accessibility for a particular platform, Qt. Mm-hmm. To what extent do you think that either that might migrate to other platforms, or has a set of assets that might be usable beyond the particular platform of Qt?
Well, I would say more of the latter. I think the way that we've approached this accessibility facade and in the way on top of Qt is something that we'd like to release as something that people could use and leverage.
And if it was released, let's imagine that a year from now you release it, then how might someone who's not using Qt then be able to take advantage of it?
Well, that's the difference. I think you got to be using Qt.
Okay.
Right. So this is a Qt resource. And there's a lot of folks that are making decisions, going to HTML5, but we do a lot of, desktop application development.
Okay.
And if you're going to look to do that, Qt is a great place to start. Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned it worked a bit differently on the Mac. Could you specify?
So on the Mac, we obviously have VoiceOver, and so that behaves differently than JAWS does. And one of the interesting things about the Mac and how we approach this is we update each control, the accessibility information on the fly. So when the user's tabbing through a particular form or a web page, we're changing that as it goes. The Mac reads the whole page once and loads all the accessibility information up. So our method is faulty there. So what we had to do is change Qt to be able to support that behavior on the Mac side. So the Mac was a static reader, loads the page and then loads all the accessibility information. Since we're changing that as the user's navigating around the form, it broke our model. So that's what we ended up with. But the change was quite small, 10 lines of code, and then VoiceOver worked beautifully.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I snuck through there quick.
No, I appreciate it. So when we started yesterday, I talked about this kind of 5-year cycle that I was noticing with different software packages like Linux, or the fact that we're on HTML5 about 20 years after HTML 1.0 came out. We're on CSS3 about 15 years after CSS first became a standard. And I personally, over the past year, I've been thinking about the metaphor of code capital. And just as there's financial capital, which as you build up a nest egg, you can use that to invest in things which bring you more capital, that you can reinvest in other things. And I think that there is a notion of code capital. And if we have code, if we have libraries that we can use that speed us along to create more, that give us more capital in a kind of very positive reinforcement cycle. It's clear to me that we are in the middle of a cycle in which we've gone from talking about what standards could be. We're now on to, we're past just the initial standards. We've got ARIA 2. I think we've got different levels of it. We're getting much more sophisticated in how we think about what level of accessibility do we need to deliver. And it's clear that a call that I think was made 3 or 4 years ago, that we need more tools to develop with accessibility rather than to merely test accessibility, that today's speakers that have been organized, and I want to applaud Jamal for pulling together a wide variety of presentations, have really demonstrated that we are actively as a community pursuing this goal of making it easier to develop with accessibility. And that we're doing it from individuals who are doing applications to large Fortune 500 companies to small companies that are finding niches in between. And so there's no excuse for all the agencies here to let their colleagues believe that accessibility is too hard. It's not as easy as it could be yet, but it's certainly, we have a community that's growing where we have solutions from everything from desktop applications to mobile applications to simply getting it out of your Oracle database really quickly, and in many other ways that we've seen. So I want to thank everyone for attending this event. I am going to ask Datanaut and DQ to try to do the open sessions that we've been doing. And I know that I want to see the surprise that DQ was holding up about their amazing plugin. So I'm going to go there and see that in a couple of minutes. I'm going to ask that they go into the multimedia room. And Mark, if you could go into the applications room in the back. Everyone is pretty tired. It's a Friday, so I'm not promising a big crowd. And lastly, almost lastly, I first want to thank the individuals from the FCC who just organize event after event. The guy in the back, Jeff and his team, who come out and make sure that these presentations work. Now, we are going to end up with all of these video clips so that if you forgot how this stuff works, you can come back to the FCC website and see it. And something that Jamal has been working on and that we wanted to accomplish is to begin to weave this community, and that this is a starting place for us to continue to develop together. So we have everyone's email address. We will send you links because I think that we're planning an idea scale so that we could do some brain generation. We've got the contact list for people that want to share that we can trade. But our commitment now, this is the second developer event that we've done around accessibility. We've gotten good crowds, is that we can work together as a group so that in 5 years from now, it is just simply embedded in the way that people are working. And in 20 years from now, it is easy and as common to do as it is for us to go in and buy an iPhone. So, and then lastly, I want to thank all of you for coming, and for this core, the hardcore group, who stays until 4 o'clock on a Friday. Thank you guys a lot. It's really appreciated.